Good morning and welcome to Zwartkops Raceway, a very chilly Zwartkops Raceway. You are at round 4 of the Rotax Max Challenge. It is the final, the big finale. It's the race that everyone's been working towards throughout the year. A lot of hard work goes into this karting discipline and a lot of excited young racers itching to go. I can see the Bambino class is going to be first out this morning and they're already in the pit lane, ready to peel out onto the circuit. I believe the pace kart is going to be going in front of them just to control the pace before the start. But man, so much things to be excited about. A lot of offs actually during the warm-up laps. A couple of the drivers, young and more experienced, going off the circuit. I think it's still a bit chilly, still a bit slippery. A lot colder than it's been over the past couple of days of practice. So I think this might have caught a couple of the teams off guard in terms of temperatures and how they're setting up their karts. But the level of skill we have here at the Rotax Max Challenge Championship definitely means a lot of adaptation is going to be happening. Everyone's going to be adapting to the challenge ahead of them, and it's going to be a fun day of racing. So a lot to look forward to. Very close championship battles in all the classes. Literally a handful of points splitting a lot of these young races. So a lot of the talent today is going to be brought out and wrung out very quickly. So here we have the Bambino class peeling out. I think it's Gianna Pasquale there, who is the pace kart, the 417, making sure that all the Bambinos, this is the nursery school of karting. This is where you cut your teeth and get started. You see the moms and pops very proud of the young racers there. Loan de Vet, of course, leads the championship. The number 27 kart, he is out in front. Over there, Adrian Stein in second place and Ronald Fenter are going to be in a very close battle to seal the deal for the final round of the Rotax Max Challenge for the Bambinos. So far so good as they approach the last turn and then the start finish. And we have all of them ready for lights out. And away the Bambinos go. A lot of zigzagging almost immediately. But it looks like Adrian Stein takes turn 1 and neatly done from him. We have kart number 50 there right behind him. That's Ronald Fenter, immediately making sure he's got a decent position in the top 3. But Adrian Stein's running away with it already. He's got 4 kart lengths. Oh, he spins around. Adrian Stein couldn't keep the corner. Just before the tunnel there, he spun out and he's lost all of that advantage. He's going to have to work very hard to get back up into the front running. But the lead definitely has changed at the moment. I'm just going to get in shot now to see who's out in front, but by a mile at that. That is kart number 88, Luke Dutoy. Luke Dutoy taking full advantage of the situation. He's got about 6 kart lengths at least ahead of the rest of the pack there. He's going to be very pleased with that. He's just going to have to do some serious race management at this point, but he's going to be very chuffed with the amount of an advantage that he has at the moment very early on in the race. Ooh, late move there from Alonso. Oh, very brave from him, trying to take Ronald Fenter into turn 1. It didn't make it stick, unfortunately. He came from very far back. He's gonna have to try and re-engineer another move there and study his opponent a lot closer. And Luke Dutoy only increasing the gap he has at the moment. Looks to get larger and larger, so he's definitely got a lot of pace. And if we have a look at the lap times, he's 2 seconds ahead of the rest of the pack, with Ronald in second place. De Oliveira, of course, Alonso there was trying to make a move on Ronald Fenter, couldn't make it stick, is in third. And Loan de Vet who fell away from the beginning of the race. He's made a lot of places in between now and the beginning of the race. He's trying to make his way back. Oh, spin out there from kart number 39. That is Yakin Gemilden. But he seems to have recovered. Nothing wrong there. None of the assistance of the marshals will be needed. As Luke Dutoy stretches his legs, increasing the gap. It's now a 4-second gap. He found 2 seconds in between now and the last time I mentioned his name. It's crazy. Luke really looking really good at the moment. Another one of the Bambinos just went off there just before the Rotax corner. Can't see who that was, but he recovered well enough to get back onto the circuit. That's cart number 40 of Aston for Rail. And the gap gets bigger. Luke Detroit now has 5.5 seconds ahead of the pack. Alonso involved in the battle there with Matebula. They're going side by side, but it looks like Alonso's made it stick going into the tunnel, keeping his third place. He's going to have a lot of work ahead of him, it looks like. Matebula hot on Alonso's heels going up to Rotax corner. Let's see if he's going to go around the outside. No, he won't. Not a very popular place to be overtaken to begin with. Whoa, down the inside, Matebula takes a place from Alonso. It looks like he's going to make third place stick over the S's. Well done. That was cleanly done. Nice bit of racing there for third place. Oh, they're still going at it. Alonso not giving up. But Matebula seems to have made a stick, taking turn one and securing himself third place. Alonso may have questions yet. Far from over this battle. And we have another spinner here at turn one. I think that was number 40. It's Aston for Rail. Oh, geez, it seems to get worse at the moment for him. Luke Detroit may as well be driving a DD2 at the moment. He's got 7 seconds, 7.2 seconds ahead of the pack. It's incredible. We've got a 4th and 5th place battle materializing here between Adrian Steyn and Shuttleworth, with another player coming to stick his nose in down the inside. Lovely move from Adrian Steyn there. Fantastic. And Alonso keeps falling down the order. He's going to be ruining the moment to let Matebula through. I think he's getting negative momentum at the moment. You'd swear someone was chasing Luke Detroit. He seems to be willing his cart along, trying to push it further into corners as he extends his gap to 8.9 seconds ahead of the pack. In second place, of course, Ronald Fenta, and in third, Matebula, who fought well to get past Alonso de Oliveira. Adrian Steyn making another place. It looked like taking third place from Matebula. Well done. Very clean move, very fair racing, a lot of space. But Matebula's not, he's not letting it go that easily. I think going into the tunnel. Ooh, there you go. He's got his place back. Matebula took the place back going into the tunnel. So maybe at pit corner where Adrian Steyn may make his move again. Let's see if he takes it. Now there's a lot of space. Matebula seems to have gotten about a cart length away from Steyn there. I wonder if Ronald Fenta is aware of the battle going on behind him. There's a lot of changing and swapping of positions there with those 3 carts. But he seems to be the next man in trouble with Matebula right on his heels. He's going down the inside, but Ronald, he kept that place. Did he keep that place? Did he keep it? Yes, he did. Ronald Fenta managed to secure himself. Ooh, tightly fought. Jeez, this battle for second, third, and fourth keeps expanding as all 4 of those carts, any one of those 4 carts could actually secure a higher podium position in the next couple of laps. There's really no telling who it's going to be. And we are at lap 7 of 8, mind you. No wonder this battle is getting hotter the further the race progresses, because we're close to the end of the race. but Ronald Venter still in the lead of that pack, fighting for the remaining podium positions. Matebula in third place with Adrian Steyn in fourth, and Alonso de Oliveira has to watch from fifth place. And a well-fought win there. Fantastic racing from Luc du Toit, dominant fashion. He's got a whole train between him and second placed Adrian Venter. Well done to Matebula, fought very well for the final podium position. Adrian Steyn worked very hard, but it didn't materialize this time around. Perhaps in Heat 2, he may be able to give a better battle and see himself finishing in the podium positions. And in fifth place, we have Alonso de Oliveira, who initially started the race in third, but fell away, unfortunately, with a couple of spins and having to work his way back up to be as close as possible to the podiums. And Joaquin Gemildian in sixth place. In seventh place, we have Shuttleworth, as well as Radi Harris in eighth place. Slater Smith in ninth, and Luan Divet in 10th place. Unfamiliar position for him, having had a very bad start. Kian Pillay in 11th place, and rounding up the field of Bambino carts is Aston Ferreira in 12th.
So tell me, why do we do it? Why do we push so hard? Why do we test our limits?
Racing we've seen from this class. Oh, got a trading card 247 there. I think that is Goodman, also profusely warming up his tires. They of course have one warm-up lap, so they have to work as hard as possible to get their tires up to temperature and ready for the start. And of course, in the Senior Max class, your lead man, Casey Enza Smith, and in second place, Mohammed Wali. We have, okay, just waiting for the last car to make his way up and catch up to the closing part of the formation lap. Okay, everyone's in and everyone's ready. Marshals are happy with the carts, making their way around the final turn. The lights on. Lights off, away they go. Mohammed Wali caught in a sandwich between Casey Enza Smith and Troy Sneeman, but he makes it out okay. Mohammed Wali securing second place there. Casey Enza Smith looking over his shoulder to see who is going to be troubling him. It's still the same man, Mohammed Wali. Everyone makes it out okay except for the trailing two carts. It looks like car 216, if I'm not mistaken. We'll get a clear picture just now. But we have Casey Enza Smith controlling things, just coming out of the double right-hander there. Mohammed Wali in second place and Troy Sneeman in third. Yes, that was car 216 that had an accident there just before the tunnel. And it heads down the home straight. A lot of the drivers trying to open up as much of a gap as possible. It was a very close start, so the more space you have at this moment, the better. And it looks like about 3 or 4 cart lengths between Casey Enza Smith and Muhammad Wali at the moment, with Troy Snyman closing in on Muhammad Wali. I wonder what happened there. Either Snyman has a whole lot of bottom end coming out of the corners, or Muhammad Wali may have made a mistake, but it looks like that gap has shrunk significantly. But your top 3 remains the same: Casey Enza Smith, Muhammad Wali, and Troy Snyman. And in 4th place, we've got Ostanda and Neelan Marks in 5th. Ulurato Sukuru in 6th place, and Goodman, he's made his way up in 7th place. He was one of the trailing carts actually. He struggled to catch up with the formation lap, but he seems to have made it out of the early part of the race, where there was a bit of drama there just before the tunnel. Lap times have dropped significantly. Of course, they're still in the lower 42s, with the 42.2 being the fastest lap at the moment. 42.3 set there by Muhammad Wali, and a 42.39 by Troy Snyman. So they're really not anything in between them at the moment. Nice move there by car 227, taking the inside of Olerato. See if Oli can get his own back going into the tunnel there, but he seems to be losing cart lengths already going down to pit corner. Olerato is definitely trying to make some places back there. He's right on the bumper of that 227 cart. My mistake, that is the 277 cart of Neelan Marks in the brightly colored FK colors. Uli has a look down the inside, but doesn't make it stick down turn 1. Will it be the tunnel or the pit corner? There's a bit of a fight going down there for 5th and 6th place. Out in the front, lap times keep tumbling. 41.8 by Casey Enza Smith. You'd swear the man is qualifying. As Muhammad Wali may be doing some damage control, some defense mechanisms, as Troy Snyman is closing in on him about 2 cart lengths behind, as Casey Enza Smith opens the gap from the remaining podium positions. In 4th place, we have Postanda there, comfortably sat. Doesn't seem to have too much pressure at the moment from Neelan Marks. Guru seems to have had a good run up the hill, trying to get his 5th place back from Neelan Marks, but he's also got Rushan Goodman in tow there, so it may be the 3-way battle forming. It's either going to take turn 1. Ooh, nicely done, sticking his nose down the inside. Marks did try to defend and close the door there, but it was way too early. I think he could have left it till a bit later, and Rushan Goodman also taking advantage. That 3-way battle forming nicely, and we're only less than halfway through this race, so that's good. That's gonna be very exciting. Goodman has to do some defending there down at pit corner, and seems to have kept that door closed for now. Sikuru's going to appreciate a bit of that action, so that he has a bit of breathing room. He can open the gap and stretch his legs a bit ahead of Goodman. And there's only 1 cart length now between Troy Snyman and Muhammad Wali. Looks like Troy Snyman's been studying Wali's way around the track and seems to have found something that could materialize into him taking that second podium position. 41.7 being the fastest time we've seen yet, and that is set by the man in the lead, Casey Enzer-Smith, who may be forgiven for forgetting is in the race, so far ahead at the moment. But Mohammed Wali seems to have responded to the pressure from Troy Sneeman behind him in third place, having opened the gap a little bit more now as they approach pit corner. The mid-pack battle between Goodman and Marks there continues, as Marks may as well cough a bit of Goodman's exhaust fumes there. Let's see if he's going to take him going down into the penultimate corners as they go over the S's over the tunnel. Looks like Goodman has the beating of him that time, about half a cart length between the two of them, and going down into turn one. Has some breathing room for now, but it's far from over. Only 10 laps of the race have come and gone, 15-lap race of course, and we have 4 heats for each of these classes, so it's going to be a long day for all of these young men. And Ulirato Sibudu there focusing as much as he can on closing the gap between him and Ethan Bostander as they approach the last 2 turns of the circuit. 2 cart lengths between them at the moment. Nicely done by Goodman. Oh, Ross Campbell losing it at turn 1. And 221 being a casualty there. Who's car 221? That's Ethan Steer. Furious. Oh, jeez. Yeah, it looked like oversteer and then some there for Ross Campbell. And one of the marshals quickly trying to recover his cart and get him to a safe position so racing could resume without having to slow down. Yep. And we also got, car 221 there, Ethan Steer trying to get his car behind the tires just at the tunnel corner. All the disappointment can be seen from miles away. Very disappointing there. Ross Campbell's car's been safely recovered. Unfortunately, a bit of damage there. You can see the body language, how just disappointed he is. But Sikudu has a lot of work to do. He's gotten a lot closer to Bostander there. Let's see if he nearly took him into the pit entry, into the tunnel entry rather. Let's see if he can make it stick down at the pit corner. Puts his nose in. Well done. Nicely done by Sikudu there. Fantastic racing. Bostander seems to have lost out a lot more than just being overtaken. There may have been a knock between the two of them. Rubbing is racing, racing is rubbing, so they say. And looks like so far at the front, Mohammed Wali had all the answers to Troy Sneeman's questions, having opened the gap significantly between the two of them. And securing himself second place, of course, Casey Enzer-Smith in the lead at the moment, 41.7. being the fastest lap time we've seen him set so far. So ultimately 3 carts out of it after that little incident a couple of laps prior. That's Campbell, Ross Campbell, the 280 cart, Ethan Steer, the 221, and Charles Fisser, the 201. And that is flag, lights to flag for Casey Enzer-Smith. Well done to him, taking the win there. In second place, Mohammed Wali, and in third, Troy Sneeman. Olerato Sukudu well fought to secure himself a 4th place finish ahead of Ethan Bostander. Roshan Goodman also very well battled against Nealon Marks in 7th place. Matthew Wadley in 8th place, as well as Brandon van der Veld in 9th. Kian Spies takes 10th place, and of course Liam Polomi unfortunately losing out very early on in the race and having to work his way up to close up the entire Senior Max field. Up next, we have more racing, a lot more racing to go. It's going to be a very long day. The Micro Max I believe, have lined up down at the pits, and they're going to be taking the reins from here.
So tell me, why do we do it? Why do we push so hard? Why do we test our limits? Why do we reach for perfection? When others leave, we stay. When others pack up, we work harder. When others keep in the dry, our blood turns to ice. When others give in, we dig deeper. Every rev, every corner, every apex, every pass, every risk, every position, every tenth, every hundredth, every thousandth, every goal we set, every challenge we face, every fear we overcome. Because we won't settle for second. Because we live and breathe it. Because we seek the strength deep inside us. Because we give our best. Because this is Rotax.
Track marshals able to clear up the event that happened towards the end of the Senior Max race safely there. That's why it had a bit of a delay, but the Micro Maxes are now back on and on schedule, warming up their tires profusely for the formation lap. The bright colored 669 car to Rafael the silver there. leading the pack ahead of Christian Ferreil in third place, Brody Dowling. Christian Ferreil in second place, Brody Dowling qualified third, and Rafael de Sousa qualifying in fourth place. Ronaldo Kuhn in fifth, and Matthew Shuttleworth in sixth. And as the lights go on at the start finish, you'll see the gaggle of Micromax cards grouping up again, getting ready for the beginning of the race. Turn 1 is going to be very exciting, especially with the younger racers. Given the width of the circuit, you may find a 3-abreast, 4-abreast situation, but it's always better to keep it neat at lap 1. And De Silva leads the pack. Lights on, lights off. Ooh. There we go. False start, false start. And of course the lights haven't gone on. It is a false start. You'll see a lot of the kart racers raising their hands there to signal to their colleagues and competitors that it is not the beginning of the race. They're going to have to do a formation lap again. Marshals and COCs not happy with the beginning of the race there. The formation wasn't according to standard. Now, of course, now the Micromaxes are going to be super neat about the way they make their way around the track. Now, of course, when it comes to the formation lap, all transgressions have to be addressed immediately and will not be tolerated. Hence, we have to adhere to the regulations and try begin the race again. Crucial that we get it right this time around, but everyone looks to be neat and tidy. Yeah, there we have it around the final turn, and down the home straight, Rafael da Silva has a chance to lead again. Lights on, lights off, and away they go. Someone darting across the field. 3 abreast, just as I mentioned, but Da Silva seems to have kept the position with a lot of pressure on him. But it came out neatly. The whole pack came out sound out of turn 1, going into the tunnel. Da Silva leads. Very, very aggressive start there. It's a shock that all of them stayed on circuit, but impressive just as much as Da Silva out of pit corner there still leads with about a kart length ahead. Seems to have lost some pace going up the hill there. I wonder if it's a mistake he may have made under the pressure. But he has Brody Dowling applying the pressure at the moment, having made the jump on Christian Ferreil. Brody Dowling wasting no time trying to get down the inside of Da Silva, but thought better of it. It was very early then. Da Silva was not making any room whatsoever for him to do that. And now Rafael da Sousa is in third place. Fantastic from him to jump about 2 or 3 places there to get into the podium positions. This early on in the race is exactly what you need. Matthew Shuttleworth looking good in third place there. A lot of places gained by him down. Ooh, some more action. Are we going to get a 3-abreast situation? But Da Silva still leads with a bit of a bump there. Rafael de Sousa getting his nose cone involved. But they all need to get down into the tunnel. Shuttleworth has lost at least a couple of places there, having gained in the past couple of laps. Da Silva's going to be very glad with the 3 kart length gap that he's got at the moment, so he can breathe a little bit. And the order at the moment, of course, Rafael da Silva in first place, Rafael de Sousa in second, Matthew Shuttleworth in third, Christian Ferreira in fourth place. He lost 2 places. Ronaldo Kuhn, rather, in fifth place, and Brody Dowling has dropped significantly down the order, down to sixth. He's going to be fuming. And Rafael de Sousa seems to be gaining on da Silva at the moment. I think he gained a bit of an advantage going down into the tunnel and out of the pit corner. It looks like turn 1 is going to have him taking da Silva's first place. Let's see if he's going to have a look down the inside. He's very close. He's right on his bumper, but da Silva immediately shuts the door, and da Silva has to find another way around the circuit, at least for now. Matthew Shuttleworth, seeing if he's got some breathing room over his shoulder there. There's a bit of a battle forming behind him with Verheil, Kuhn and Dowling. All of them, of course, very eager to get their positions back. A lot of positions lost there. It looks like Brody Dowling might have made a position. Oh, that was Christian Verheil who made a position there at pit corner. He's going to want to put Dowling behind him very quickly. And da Silva immediately going down the inside for the majority of the straight. He was down the inside of da Silva, but he still couldn't make a stick at turn 1. Da Silva making sure that he owns that bit of patch, or rather that patch of tarmac. But a nice move. Da Silva makes it stick going into the tunnel. Da Silva loses 2 places instead of 1, with Matthew Shuttleworth taking advantage and collecting the spoils. Shuttleworth going for more at pit corner. Well done. That was a really good move. Very aggressive. Very aggressive racing there. Racing aggressively but fair. Now da Silva's going to have to worry about da Silva, who brings a whole train along with him. Let's see if he's going to be able to create a gap so he can breathe a bit. But Shuttleworth will be very pleased with himself at the moment. He's got a bit of defending to do though. And going out of turn 1, da Silva has closed the gap significantly to Shuttleworth. I think going into the tunnel and pit corner, Shuttleworth will have a little bit to worry about. Let's see what happens at pit corner. There we go, like clockwork. Da Silva makes it stick. Doesn't waste any time getting his place in the front. Da Silva still in command at the front, with Ronaldo Kuhn in second place, Rafael da Silva in third, and Brody Dowling in fourth place. Shuttleworth, of course, has lost significantly as compared to where he was a couple of laps ago. He's going to be regretting a lot of the mistakes he made. Da Silva losing a place to Ronaldo Kuhn, who comes out of nowhere to be involved in that top 3 battle, in which he now leads. Fantastic going down into turn 1 there. Now, Rafael da Silva, if you remember him, who was leading the first part of this race, is now back in that top 3 fight. He's going to be looking to take advantage of the spoils there between da Silva and Kuhn. There definitely will be a fight there between da Silva and Kuhn out at the front. Da Silva must be rubbing his hands in anticipation. Ronaldo Kuhn keeps the lead for now going into turn 1. It looks like da Silva is biding his time, and so is da Silva by default. Matthew Shuttleworth has made a couple of places back. He's now in 5th place behind Brody Dowling. But Dowling has had a bit of a quiet race. I mean, he looked a bit aggressive going into the early part and the early phase of this race and sort of fell away, and now he's sort of in a safe pocket there in between the front 3 battle and the mid-pack. Perhaps biding his time and waiting for something to happen ahead of him and take advantage. But it is lap 9 of 12. Couple of laps to go, still plenty of racing to happen. De Sousa, who's made a place and now takes the lead, aggressively defending and making sure his door is shut. Ronaldo Kuhn going into pit corner has De Silva to worry about. And make sure he shuts the door. De Silva being forced outside. But De Silva has some decent top end coming out of the corner there. He's still well in position to try and challenge Ronaldo Kuhn. Now going into the final 2 turns, possibly a battle there, turn 1 for them to take 2nd or 3rd. Aggressive defending from De Sousa as De Silva makes it stick down turn 1, claiming back his 2nd place. Fantastic racing there. There was hardly any room for him, but he made it happen. Now going to pit corner, he may actually get some more from De Sousa. Let's see if it happens. Oh, bit of a rub there, bit of a touch. De Silva securing himself 1st place. Oh, that was tongue-in-cheek. That was very close. De Silva making contact there with De Sousa. He's not going to be impressed with that. And that's flag for De Silva. Well done to him. In 2nd place, we've got Ronaldo Kuhn, is the driver. De Silva made contact with him. Matthew Shuttleworth in 3rd place. Rafael de Sousa in 4th. And Brody Dowling in 5th place. Christian Ferreira taking 6th. And Callum Dutoy in 7th. Benjamin Gilbert in 8th place. And Ruan Moritz in 9th. Fantastic racing there as Bupelo Mulajehi brings the top 10 to a close. Fantastic bit of racing there for the Micromaxes. Plenty of action from start to finish. And of course, the Junior Maxes are lined up and ready to go as they are at the pit exit. In a couple of minutes, we have them commencing. Junior Maxes are out for their formation lap, profusely warming up their tires. Of course, temperatures hopefully have dropped a little bit more. It is a very chilly morning, quite a difference between the past couple of days of testing for them and today. But we have Ken Swartz out in the lead in that 458 cart, Björn Boshoff in second, John Wilson in third, Gianna Pasquale in fourth, Georgia Lanitz in fifth, James Nash, how's that for a cool racing name, in sixth, Mauro Daluz in seventh, and Amani Quinoa in eighth, Travis Menge in ninth, Jordan Wadley in 10th, Bruno Guido Bidoli in 11th, and Cole Everton in 12th, and in 13th place, Anwil April. Formation lap neatly done around the final turn. They're making their way down the home straight. We have lights on and lights off. Brilliant start. Ken Swartz keeping the inside. Tight squeeze down into turn one. Looks like Ken Swartz got away cleanly. No casualties out there. Everyone looking out their shoulder, over their shoulders to make sure they got away with it cleanly down into the tunnel. Nice and neat. Oh, Ken Swartz has daylight between him and everyone else. Wonder what happened down under the tunnel there. Björn Boshoff has a lot of pressure on him there. Coming from John Wilson as well as Pascal Gianna. Nothing to worry about yet for John Wilson. He secures fourth place there with Gianna Pascal right behind him. Let's see if anything happens there at pit corner. Ooh. That Björn Boshoff who just lost the place there. Yes, that was Björn Boshoff who just lost the place to John Wilson. I beg your pardon, I confused Gianna Pascal's 417 with their 437 of Björn Boshoff. My mistake. But the order as it stands at lap 2, Ken Swartz in the lead, Georgia Lanitz in second place, John Wilson in third, Björn Boshoff in fourth, and Gianna Pasquale in fifth place. Mauro Daluz in sixth with Jordan Wadley in seventh. And it's absolute daylight between Ken Swartz and the rest of the field at the moment. And Georgia Lannis working hard to keep John Wilson at bay, as well as Björn Boshoff right behind them. Georgia Lannis seems to have a lot of speed coming out of the tunnel there, but loses it going up the hill. There was a significant gap that was gained coming out of the tunnel, and going up, down the home straight may have some defending to do there on John Wilson as well as Björn Boshoff, but nothing materializes as yet. But Boshoff is well in position to actually threaten John Wilson there. Pit corner sees something happens. Pit corner always changes the picture out at the front three. In every race we've had so far, the gap's absolutely widens a lot of the time. But Georgia Lannis has so far fought well to keep second place. Ken Swartz looking over his shoulder and seeing how little or how much he has to worry, and it looks like very little at the moment. The gap is massive, as he just sets the fastest lap time of a 41.7, while the rest of the pack is lapping in and around the lower 42.2s. and a livid Carter just lost their wheel. I think that is Vian Boshoff. That's the change. That's the massive change that happened down at the tunnel. I was wondering why there was such a huge gap between George Lannerton and John Wilson. There was a three-way battle happening there, turned into a two-way. And Vian Boshoff is fuming. He was holding his tires, so something happened there. I wonder how he lost his place. But we'll get a replay, an action replay, hopefully, to see exactly how that transpired. But at the moment, Ken Swartz continues to stamp his authority on the race with a 41.6 fastest lap thus far, opening up his 3.2 second gap ahead of the rest of the field. I'm looking at John Wilson's playbook here. I've seen this before. He's being very patient. He's waiting for his opportunity to dial in on George Lannerton, and turn one at the moment, not yet. There's a cart length still between them, but John Wilson is really playing the patient game here, and George Lannerton absolutely should be looking over their shoulder there. Absolutely. Very close battle between Nash James and Amani Kinyo. They're in 7th and 8th. Barely anything in between the two of them. And the same can be said of Guido and Minge in 9th and 10th. They're literally in the same space of tarmac. Some nice little pockets of battling throughout the entire field here. But on the front, George Lannerton seems to have opened a bit of a gap, some breathing room found there between her and John Wilson. Ken Swartz in a different lead, 4.4 seconds ahead of George Lannerton and Wilson. Guido and Minge still going at it for 9th and 10th. The battle's still tight as ever. But Guido seems to have the advantage going out of the tunnel. And Minge has a way of making up for it going up the hill. So it's a difference of strengths and a matter of how each driver maximizes on that at the particular part of the circuit that they're at. So it's going to add up towards the end of the race. We are at lap 10, of course, of this 15-lap race. So still a bit of racing to go. Ooh, there may have been a bit of a mistake there from George Lannerton, as it looks like John Wilson's gotten the pace back. In the running order at the moment, you've got Ken Swartz in the front, 6.4 seconds ahead of John Wilson. George Lannerton third, Gianna Pasquale in 4th place, Mario Dalutz in 5th, and Jordan Wadley bringing up 6th place. Ken Swartz will be happy to see that 3-lap board coming up. Very little of the race remaining, but a very well managed. He's got a whole massive section of track between him and John Wilson. Very, very impressive pace, setting a 41.5. 41.5 for a junior max. Fantastic time. And that 9th and 10th place battle between Guido and Minge seems to have transformed quite a bit. There's a 3-second gap now between the two of them, as Guido finally stamping his authority, at least on that part of the circuit. And as the marshal prepares the checkered flag, only a couple of laps to go now. In fact, we are on lap 14 of 15, with Ken Swartz in the lead. 41.51, his fastest lap of the race, with his last lap being a 41.56. Consistency or what? Johnny Wilson in second place, and George Alanitz still in third. There's a huge, or bigger rather, gap between the two of them now as compared to earlier on in the race. As the marshal brings out the checkered flag, well raced for Ken Swartz, who takes first place, dominantly ahead of Johnny Wilson in second. George Alanitz right behind him in third place, with Gianna Pasquale in fourth. Mauro Dalutz in fifth place, Jordan Wadey in sixth, Amani Kinyua in seventh place, and James Nash in eighth. Guido and Minge, of course, in ninth and 10th, and Cole Houston in 11th place. April Annual takes 12th. And unfortunately for Bian Boshoff, who's still standing over the tunnel there, having lost out a lot earlier on into the race, and significant damage occurred there. So it's going to be a bit of time taken to clear out his cart. So a slight delay will be seen in between now and the Minimax race. A fantastic bit of racing from the Junior Maxes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Cartodromo Internacional Algarve here in beautiful Portimao for the 2017 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals, the most spectacular, most colourful, most unique event in the world of karting. Our chassis partners at IPK Karting, Sodi Kart and Birrell ART deliver 360 brand new chassis to give every competitor, from the biggest karting powerhouses to the newest members of the Rotax family, the same chance to become a champion. Each driver must earn their ticket to race here, and only the best of the best qualify. The 6 adrenaline-pumping, heart-pounding, nerve-wracking days of testing, qualifying, heat races, pre-finals and grand finals are the culmination of 11 months of planning and a truly epic logistical task of transporting 6,000 new Mojo tyres, 400 new Rotax Max Evo engines, 57 tons of Rotax equipment, 200 members of staff and 20 trucks across Europe. From 59 countries across the globe, all 360 drivers have earned their right to tackle this undulating 1,530-metre circuit, and each driver, from the youngest 8 and 9-year-olds to the most experienced legends, all share the universal language of sportsmanship and the ultimate desire and passion to be the best. Every year, new contenders emerge to challenge the experienced faces, while some of the true heroes of our sport make their final bow. But the racing on the track is what gives the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals its true aura. Each driver must be ready to push that little bit harder, ready to dig that little bit deeper, ready to summon all their inner strength to stay focused, to stay calm, to stay in control, but most importantly, to stay in front of the rest. Make no mistake, ladies and gentlemen, what you witness here is simply the fastest, simply the closest, simply the most spectacular karting you will see all year. It is simply the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. Thank you for joining us.
Marshals, of course, making sure they keep it neat and tidy for the formation lap. Wouldn't want another restart. This is going to be a 12-lap race as the pole sitter Mailula brings them around the final turn and onto the home straight. It's lights on, lights off. Brilliant start. Mailula keeps the inside or not. Ooh, that is the 547 of Darrell Goodman going down the inside of Mailula there. Oh, Mailula kept the door wide open. He's going to have to do a bit of work. Tight squeeze down into the tunnel. Everybody's still on the tarmac. Brilliant work by Goodman there. Very aggressive from the onset, not waiting for another lap or two to go by. And as it stands, all carts on circuit. No casualties for lap 1. Of course, Goodman leads the pack. Here, Martin, Mailula, Ordendal, Beaumont, Bench, Gibard, Patel, Hussein, Swart, Dowling, Geldenes, and Mason. That's the order at the moment as far as things stand, but a lot could change in between now the next time we speak about the order, because it's very close between that front four, five rather. Caleb Ordendal looking over his shoulder to see if he can breathe a bit, but not quite, my friend. Still too early in the race. Turn 1 is a magnet for a lot of this action. Let's see if someone's going down the inside at the moment. But the front 4 seem to be keeping it the same. Maybe it's keep your head down and battle a bit later on. Let's open up the gap ahead of the pack. Ordendal has a look down the inside. Nicely kept. Very clean ahead of Regile Mailula there. Let's see if he answers back going down to pit corner. No answers as yet. Going up the hill, it's still the same front. Caleb Ordendal saying, let's go. Let's focus on catching these guys instead of fighting. I like that. Ooh, penultimate turns. He's at the 2-3 abreast situation. Order changing there. They've got Goodman still in the lead. Martin in second place, and Ordendal made another place. It was a bit of a fight between him and Mailula. Mailula clearly not happy with the whole teamwork and cooperation thing, because it's a very close race, understandably so. Bit of argy-bargy there. It's Mailula on the back. Looks like on the back of Keegan Martin, if I'm not mistaken. Goodman happy to be keeping the lead. Mailula now in second place. Fantastically fought by him. Martin in third. Caleb Ordendal in fourth place. And Keegan Beaumont in fifth. That front 5 is going to be very different, probably, towards the end of the race. Because what's interesting is that Goodman, as fast as he is not too far ahead of this pack. So a lot could change if there is a bit of a cooperation there between Mailula, Martin, and Ordendal to try and catch the leader of the race. Families of the young carters profusely willing them along. Very exciting battle happening there at the front 5, side by side between Mailula. Oh, down the inside very early on. Does Mailula keep it? No, with 3 abreast. Oh my goodness, what just happened there? 3 abreast in the turn 1. We're definitely gonna have to see that again. Of of course, if you want to catch our live stream, you can go onto YouTube to see this round 4 final. You can catch a bit of the action replays as well. Unfortunately, one of the karters got caught under their go-kart. Is he okay? He is moving. Marshall's very quick onto the scene. This is a very serious looking incident. The young karter doesn't look like he is in pain, but he's moving. He is fine. And it is a red flag. The marshals have brought out the red flag for that turn 1 incident. It was a 3 or 4 cars abreast. And the Micromax race has come to a stop. It is a red flag because of that turn 1 incident. Marshals are quickly onto the scene to attend to the young karter who has been hurt. I have not gotten confirmation who it is. It is the 597. It looks like Sebastian Geldenes, the 597 car driver. He is being attended to. An emergency medical team there quickly on the scene to attend to him and make sure that he is stable. What a relief to have such a quick response from the medical team. And the situation seems to be under control at the moment. Very quick response there is really appreciated at a time like this. There was quite an incident there, turn 1. 3 or 4 cars abreast. It can get very, very tricky in a situation like that. We're going to get a replay on the live stream. Of course, you can catch us live for the round 4 final. So you catch the action with commentary on YouTube on the SA Rotax Max Challenge channel. You can have a look at the early part of the race and the past couple of laps that have come and gone. It's 5 laps across. Of course, it is a 12-lapper, and for the moment, there's a red flag with the race stops just to attend to the young Geldenes, who seems to be in stable condition. The medical team and marshals seem to be well in control of the situation.
He did it all by himself.
About that incident was that most of the action came from that front 4. Goodman, Durrell, Mailula, as well as Martin. I think Wardendal was involved in that as well when 3 raced into turn 1, but they made it out unscathed. And unfortunately, Geldenes, something happened there off camera that we didn't catch, which saw him become a casualty there at turn 1. So he was on his own and it happened. There wasn't another rider or driver involved in that incident, and has been recovered. He's being put onto the emergency recovery vehicle by the medical team there. A little bit of work will have to be done to repair the tire wall. Sebastian has been recovered and will be taken safely away from the track. and attended to by the very competent medical team. Very relieved to see such a swift response to the scene. Some of the young karters looking a little bit concerned there at the start finish. See if their colleague is being recovered well. They're going to have to warm up again and restart for the resumption of this race. Okay, for the resumption of the race, there's going to be a reshuffling of the order to re-establish positioning of the carts before the incident, of course, and begin the race again. So the marshals at the start finish are busy with that at the moment. And indeed, we have plenty of action on track, but we never enjoy to see it at the cost of someone's safety or health. And it's always best to try to be as safe as possible out there on the circuit and be as reasonable as possible and as careful as possible. I mean, the incident occurred, Sebastian was on his own, and there was no one to sort of take him off track or anything like that. So being careful at all times is always advised, and it's always worth reminding a lot of the young karters out there to be as careful as possible to avoid incidents such as this. But in a few moments' time, once we have a lot of the karters back in their proper order, we'll be resuming our racing. I'm going to take this opportunity to remind the pit crews and teams to dispose of their oils and waste in as environmentally friendly a manner as possible. We do have allocated drums in and around the circuit for you to dispose of your oil and waste. Three abreast into turn one. speaks volumes of their skill, being able to stay on the track regardless of how tight that little space was. We'll see how they're able to resume their battle for the remaining half of this race. We did make it up all the way across to lap 5 before the incident, so we have 7 laps remaining. And straight back into the racing as the young Carters there, and a second time in a sort of pseudo formation lap, and they're remaining in single file this time around as opposed to 2 files at the very beginning of the race. It's lights on again. And everybody in the tram lines, away they go very quickly. People trying to dive down to the inside. Everybody neatly around. Nicely done. But looks like Goodman keeps the lead. Going down to the tunnel. Still remains the same. Everybody in a neat single file there. Very well navigated around there. Goodman loses, falls down to 3rd, going up the hill to the Rotax corner. It was Keegan Martin capitalizing there, taking an advantage. Goodman losing another place. He's 4th place by the time they go over the tunnel. And Goodman looks like, don't know if he's lost another place, but going down into the lead now. We do have Mailula. Very well done from the young man to capitalize there. Fantastic stuff. Acting quickly. I think you saw how much you could pay the price for being a little bit too patient. At the resumption of the race, we have, of course, looks like a lot neater navigation. All the drivers may be a bit more careful now, especially around that turn 1, not knowing how that incident occurred. But Mailula marshalling the field well this time around. He's got about 2 kart lengths between him and 2nd place. Now, as it stands, it's Ordendal who's in a bit of a battle there to try and get himself onto the podium position. He may have an opportunity to secure that going down to pit corner. Mailula stretching his legs. Huge distance between him and second at the moment. No worries whatsoever. Keegan Martin, of course, will try and close that gap as quickly as he can. And with Caleb Ordendal defending for his life to try and keep third, which he loses going down into the pit. Caleb Ordendal might have lost concentration looking over his shoulder there. Malula with his hand up. Another incident. Red flags. Haven't seen anything as to where exactly it happened. It may have been under the tunnel. That's exactly when Malula put his hand up, after he exited the tunnel. So something might have happened down there. We don't have confirmation as yet. Ooh, and this has become a race, unfortunately, littered with red flags. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we've had to have a red flag this time around. It's not because of an incident on circuit. It seems to be a timing related issue, as we haven't been able to track the times of the young karters for the past couple of laps. So while that issue is being resolved, we have a red flag. So just to confirm, it is a timing issue that has affected the race this time around. Upon resuming the race, we're going to have the running order as of lap 6, which is the last point at which we had proper running timing. It's going to be a single file restart as we saw just before, and we're running for 4 laps, meaning it's going to be a total of 10 laps raced as opposed to the initially planned 12. That, I presume, is to keep in line with the program and running order for the day.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and Welcome to the Cartodromo Internacional Algarve here in beautiful Portimao for the 2017 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals, the most spectacular, most colourful, most unique event in the world of karting. Our chassis partners at IPK Karting, Sodi Kart and Birrell ART deliver 360 brand new chassis to give every competitor, from the biggest karting powerhouses to the newest members of the Rotax family, the same chance to become a champion. Each driver must earn their ticket to race here, and only the best of the best qualify. The 6 adrenaline-pumping, heart-pounding, nerve-wracking days of testing, qualifying, heat races, pre-finals and grand finals are the culmination of 11 months of planning and a truly epic logistical task of transporting 6,000 new Mojo tyres, 400 new Rotax Max Evo engines, 57 tons of Rotax equipment, 200 members of staff and 20 trucks across Europe. From 59 countries across the globe, all 360 drivers have earned their right to tackle this undulating 1,530-metre circuit, and each driver, from the youngest 8 and 9-year-olds to the most experienced legends, all share the universal language of sportsmanship and the ultimate desire and passion to be the best. Every year, new contenders emerge to challenge the experienced faces, while some of the true heroes of our sport make their final bow. But the racing on the track is what gives the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals its true aura. Each driver must be ready to push that little bit harder, ready to dig that little bit deeper, ready to summon all their inner strength to stay focused, to stay calm, to stay in control, but most importantly, to stay in front of the rest. Make no mistake, ladies and gentlemen, what you witness here is simply the fastest, simply the closest, simply the most spectacular karting you will see all year. It is simply the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. Thank you for joining us.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, just as a result of too many inconsistencies and failure of the timing system, we had to conclude the race as of the result we saw from lap 6 and the running order we had there. So in essence, it was a 6-lap race, and the finishing order was Reagile Mailula in first, Keegan Martin in second place, Caleb Ordendal in third, Durrell Goodman in fourth, Taylor Patel in fifth place, Keegan Beaumont in sixth, Franco Kibard in seventh, Franco Bench in eighth, Emma Dowling in ninth, Jesse Swart in 10th, Zaidan Hussein in 11th, and Sebastian Geldenes in 12th. And racing resumes with the premier class of Rotax Max Challenge Racing in South Africa, the DD2 class. Jamie Smith leads the field in pole position. Nicholas Vastanis in second. Bradley Liebenberg in third. Kian Grotis in fourth. Tian Ilof in fifth. Sebastian Boyd in sixth. Dusan Radojevic in seventh. Carl Lawrence in eighth. In the Masters class, Jonathan Peters also in the Masters in ninth. Bjorn Roos in 10th. Waylon Wyman in 11th. Bevan Williams in 12th. James Carter in 13th. And Zane Butin in 14th. And it seems like Sebastian Boyd had a bit of an issue. He's reaching over to the right-hand side of his kart, so that's the engine side. He may be peeling into the pits by the look of things because he's trailing the rest of the pack. Yeah, he's going into the pits. That's Sebastian Boyd. Kart number 69 is out of the race. Looks like the formation lap kept intact. We have lights on, lights off, and we go racing with Jamie Smith in the lead. Brad Liebenberg down the inside and outside at the same time. I don't even know how to explain that to you, but he didn't gain as much as he thought. He lost. Initially he was in second place going into the turn, but fell back down to third. But Jamie Smith still in the lead ahead of Nick Vastanis. That was an exciting bit of racing there. But Jamie Smith already has a bit of a kart length ahead of Vastanis. Brad Liebenberg in third position. And Kian Grotis very close to Brad Liebenberg and Nick Vastanis there, so there may be something materializing by the time we get to turn one. Grotis down the inside has a look down the inside of Brad Liebenberg, but doesn't do anything of it. And for some reason, Brad didn't go down the inside of Nick Vastanis. I suppose it was a space issue there. Looks like something's going to materialize down at pit corner for Brad Liebenberg. Not as yet. And Jamie Smith obviously appreciating just the amount of drama happening there for second, third, and fourth. And it looks like a fifth kart is joining the fray. Kart number 60 of Dusan Radojevic. Very impressive young man with a short history in kart racing. Immediately, Jamie Smith getting a 41.3 lap time. 0.2 seconds, 0.7 seconds ahead of Nick Vastanis in second place. Brad Liebenberg down the inside of Nick Vastanis down a pit corner. And is he going to be able to defend around Rotax and the double right here? Looks like it's clean so far. Nick Vastanis is going to have to wait his turn to get his own back. And there's a lot of collateral in that third, fourth, and fifth place battle. Maybe losing more than just one place. Grotz is having a look at Vastanis, but not committing. And Jonathan Peterson leading from the sixth place position, leading Roos and Tian Ilof there. Carl Lawrence in ninth place and Zane Butin in 10th. Brad Liebenberg now has a kart length ahead of Nick Vastanis and would have his eyes set on Jamie Smith out in the lead, who with his 41.3 is lap time is now 0.9 seconds ahead of everyone else, nearly a second clear of the field. And of course, it's easier to do that when there's very little battling happening around you. So that just may change. Grotz is having a look down the inside, going into the tunnel, makes a move on Nick Vastanis and made it stick too. And that's Grotz is now taking third place. The amount of speed lost and gained in and through the tunnel is quite surprising. Huge gap between Grotis and Nick Vastanis. You'd swear that move happened a lot earlier. And as the field begins to open up a bit, it's head down for the lot as they make their way down the straight, trying to concentrate on closing the gaps they've formed during the first 5 laps of this race. It's a 15 lapper and we're a third of the way across. Radojevic giving Nick Verstappen something to worry about. It seems he's getting closer and closer to him coming out of the pits there. He's getting closer to having a look possibly down the inside. A move that might materialize out of turn 1. Nick Verstappen seems to have speed coming out of the corners and down the straight because he's opened up that gap a bit more now. But Jonathan Pieterse not having much to worry about in the form of Bjorn Roos, at least for the time being. Because Bjorn Roos is busy defending from Tian Elof, who's right behind him. Elof seems to have made a couple of mistakes going out up the hill there at Rotax corner into the double right, having lost a couple of kart lanes, but immediately gaining them back and trying to close the gap between him and Bjorn Roos. Bjorn Roos has a lot of straight line speed, it seems. So it's an even split between 2 battles at the moment in the mid-pack with the Masters there and with the front 4 and 5 karters. Maybe a bit of patience at play there in the battle for 4th and 5th between Radojevic and Verstappen. Seems like Verstappen is biding his time at the moment because at some turns he looks like he has Verstappen within his grip and within overtaking distance, and at others he may be holding back a little bit. So we'll see what happens over the next couple of laps. But we're 8 laps across the race, pretty much at the halfway point of this race. Looks like Verstappen and Radojevic are reeling in Grottis in 3rd place there. So maybe a 3-way battle for that final podium position, which Brad Liebenberg and Jamie Smith seem a lot more comfortable in, with 1st place going to Jamie, of course, and Brad in 2nd. Bjorn Roos down the inside of Pieterse. Fantastic move there. A lot of commitment out of pit corner. Is Pieterse going to answer back going into the final 2 turns of the circuit? Just made their way across the hill. Pieterse is right on the rear bumper of Bjorn Roos. Bjorn Roos immediately defending the inside. Interesting Masters battle there. Pieterse nearly diving down the inside. Oh, nicely done. Bjorn Roos keeping his position and apologizing for him going a bit awry there in turn 1. I think Pieterse may have the pit corner covered. Okay. Pieterse seems to have a little bit more work to do. Half a kart length between him and Bjorn Roos, but that has also brought in a 3rd man to that battle, and that is Elof. He may be capitalizing on something there. Pieterse may have to worry about defending more than attacking at the moment. Nope, apparently not. Pieterse down the inside of Bjorn Roos at turn 1. Very good move, very good move. And immediately goes on to the defense. Very interesting battle there in the Masters class. Bjorn Roos immediately answering. Fantastic battling there in that Masters trio, with Roos taking his place back in 6th ahead of Pieterse. So not going to leave it out to the end, are they? "12 laps of the race have progressed, with Bjorn Roos defending profusely which Jonathan Peterson thinks nothing of. Oh, that was close. Oh, that was very close. Peterson going down the inside of Bjorn Roos despite his defending and gaining a place there, but that also opened up the door for Tian Elof, who's taken a place ahead of Bjorn Roos. So Bjorn Roos losing 2 places in one little piece of racing. Hey, Roos having a look down the inside of Elof. That was very close. He had to back off there. Very, very close. Now, while that mid-pack Masters battle is happening, we shouldn't forget about what's going on at the front, with Jamie Smith comfortably in the lead, ahead of Brad Liebenberg and Kian Grottis in 3rd place. Kian Grottis seems to have the Stanis and Radojevic at bay at the moment. They don't seem to have troubled him too much as far as their race pace is concerned. So I don't think he has a lot to worry about, at least for the time being. It is 13 laps of the race having gone by. It's a 15-lap race. And it's lap 14 that just commenced. It is the final lap of racing. Jamie Smith is going to be very impressed with himself and how he's handled this race. And Jonathan Peterson, I think, is going to be the most impressed out of the entire class. Fantastic racing from him. Bjorn Roos gaining a place back, of course, ahead of Elof. The Tian Elof was also involved in that Masters battle. Very aggressive racing in the Masters class there. But Jamie Smith, well-deserved, collects the checkered flag for the first heat of DD2. Brad Liebenberg in 2nd place. Kian Grottis in 3rd. And Nick Verstappen in 4th place. Dusan Radojevic in 5th. Jonathan Peterson, a very, very well-fought 6th place there, ahead of Bjorn Roos and Tian Elof. James Carter takes 9th place. Zane Butin takes 10th. Carl Lawrence in 11th place. And of course, we have 3 casualties from the DD2 class. Bevan Williams, Sebastian Boyd very early in the race, and Wayland Wyman all bowing out a lot earlier than they would have wanted to. Racing resumes with the Bambinos. The 417 pace cart there is not misplaced. It is a pace cart, making sure that the formation lap for the Bambinos is neat and tidy. In the lead, of course, is Luke Dutoy, Adrian Steyn in 2nd, Luashuma Tebula in 3rd, and Ronald Venter in 4th. A lot of racing between that front 4 in the first heat. Formation lap looks good. Still have lights on. Everyone in the tram lines. And we go racing. Luke de Toit going very wide. Looks like he's opening the door wide open for Matebula. Does he make it stick? Matebula nearly took first place very early on there, but Luke de Toit still seems to have control of the race. Du Toit immediately giving us something quite close to what we saw in Heat 1, opening the lead very early on. Matebula is side by side with Adrian Steyn. Fantastic three-abreast action there going into turn 1. Luan de Vet making so many places in one go. Very aggressive. He's completed a serious amount of overtaking moves that sees him in third place. That is Luan de Vet. But in the lead, of course, still is Luke de Toit as he goes over the Rotax corner. Alonso de Oliveira in second now. Or rather, he is in third place behind Luan de Vet. And Ronald Venter brings up the bottom half of that front six. Matebula was having a look there down the inside of Adrian Steyn, but thought better of it. It seems Steyn going side by side with Ronald Venter. I think he's going to be taking, definitely taking that position ahead, going into the tunnel. But Matebula doesn't look like he's quite done yet, going up to Rotax corner. He's going to have some answers for Ronald Venter there, not too long from now. Still nothing in between Venter and Matebula. Venter having to defend a lot more aggressively than he was possibly over the past couple of laps. But a huge stressed out lead between the front three there. A lot of them giving enough room for them to find pace on their own as opposed to using the toe of other karters. The fastest man on the circuit we've seen so far, Luan de Vet, the number 27 kart, a 1 minute 1:22. And he's pulling off those laps from second place. It's going to take quite a number of those laps for him to close the gap between him and Luke de Toit. But he is reeling him in. Looks a lot closer than before. De Toit maybe not as comfortable as he thought this race would be. He's looking over his shoulder because he knows de Vet is right behind him and is closing in significantly. Very well done by Matebula to get ahead of Venter there. But that's going to be a race-long battle. It looks like Adrian Steyn taking fourth place from Alonso de Oliveira there. Sorry, that is third place. He's taking the final podium position from Alonso de Oliveira. And if Alonso's pace keeps dropping, he may have to worry about Matebula very soon. Laurent de Wet closing in on Luc Dutoit. There's only a cart length between them now. It may be very different by the time we get to pit corner. Laurent de Wet looks really good going up the hill, closing the gap between him and Luc Dutoit. Look how close he's gotten to him. He's already on his number plate there. I think turn one is going to look very differently between these two karters. What's Dutoit going to do? Is he going to defend? De Wet is being patient. Laurent de Wet playing it patiently, choosing not to take the opportunity now at turn one, possibly knowing that there's plenty of opportunity for overtaking between now and the end of the race. It is lap 6 of an 8-lapper, of course. Ooh, some dicing there. Very nice move by Slater Smith, going in between Shuttleworth, and I think that was Harris. Got potential side-by-side action here between Luc Dutoit and Laurent de Wet, the leaders of this race. Dutoit looking over his shoulder, knowing what's coming. Oh, that's de Wet. De Wet secured that move way before turn one. Fantastic racing there. But Dutoit definitely is far from done. It is lap 7 of 8, of course. So they're trying to secure the lead of the race as early on as they can and defend for the remainder. Ooh, a lot of dicing between the two of them going around pit corner. But de Wet is still in the lead. Dutoit seems to have gained on de Wet going around the double right there and going over the S's. Lap 8 is going to be a very close one between those two. Oh, that is a photo finish between de Wet and Dutoit. I can't call that. I can't call that with my eyes. And it's de Wet. De Wet took the checkered flag by literally a nose cone. Fantastic racing. Fantastic racing. That is de Wet in first, Dutoit second place, Adrian Steyn in third, Loashu Matebula in fourth, and Alonso de Oliveira in fifth, Ronald Venter in sixth, Joaquin Gemilden in seventh, Aston Frail in eighth, Roddy Harris in ninth, Sebastian Shuttleworth in 10th, Smith Slater, that's Slater Smith rather, in 11th, and Kian Pillay in 12th. And it's the growl of the senior maxes entering the circuit for their formation lap. Heat 2 for the Rotax Max National. Round 4, of course, the final round of the championship for the senior maxes. This is heat 2 of 4. It's a total of 4 heats for the day. So there's plenty racing action remaining. Of course, there's a lively battle out in that front pack with Casey Enzer-Smith and Mohammed Wali. The factory Praga racing cart there with Troy Sneeman in third place. Goodman, very, very racy in the first heat. And Casey Enzer-Smith immediately down the inside of Wali. It looks like Goodman just made 3 jumps. He jumped 3 carts ahead to make turn 1 and own the lead of the race. Very aggressive there. It's incredible how he even kept the cart on, but he seems to be fine. Mohammed Wali then took advantage there, taking second place. Casey Enzer-Smith fell back 2 places and lost out to Troy Sneeman, who now is in third. Ulirata Sukudu now is going to have to use the toe of his teammate Casey Enzer-Smith to try and get ahead. Wow, what an aggressive move from Goodman. That was very impressive. Immediately sets a lap of 42.7. You can expect that to drop very quickly. Mohammed Wali trying to see how much defending he has to do. He's got Troy Sneeman behind him in third place. Goodman seems to have found an incredible amount of pace because he's got about 6 or 7 cart lengths in between him and Mohammed Wali in second place. But still very close between that trailing 3 in the front 4. Some battling to happen yet. And Ross Campbell leads a group of 3 there. With, that is Brandon van der Vault behind him and Matthew Wadley in the CRG. Ethan Steer, who unfortunately fell out in Heat 1, has a lot of recovery to do. So he's going to be trying to make his way across and past that amount of traffic in front of him. It's about 4 or 5 cars ahead of him that he has to get past in order to try and recover and retain some sort of advantage that he had. But as it stands, he's stuck at the back of the mid-pack battle. Out on the front, nothing has changed, with the front, of course, being the pack being led rather by Roshan Goodman, Mohammed Wali in second, and Troy Sneeman and Casey Enzer-Smith very close together there. That 3 is going to give us a bit of excitement, if not very early on, a bit later on into the race. But it seems like they're trying to use each other's pace to catch Roshan Goodman, who's well ahead of the pack. Casey Smith having a look down the inside, but not being able to make it stick on Troy Sneeman. Well defended there by Sneeman. Casey Enzer-Smith will be eager to make all those places back that he's lost. You'd be forgiven for forgetting that he was pole man going into this race, but Roshan Goodman performed a miracle to make something like 3 or 4 places in one turn. Ross Campbell seems to have opened a significant gap between him and the mid-pack battle. He's now on the trailing end of what could be a decent 7th or 6th place finish for him. Casey Enzer-Smith getting a bit of Troy Sneeman's rear bumper there. Just letting him know, I'm around, better be careful, don't relax. Maybe something between, oh, Casey Enzer-Smith, nice move. Down at the final 2 turns there on the inside of Troy Sneeman, and immediately the corner exit speed for Casey Enzer-Smith is quite impressive. He's immediately got a kart length ahead of Troy Sneeman. And in the meantime, Mohammed Wali has been reeling in the leader of the Senior Max class, Roshan Goodman. 2 kart lengths between the two of them now. And somewhere between now and the beginning of the race, Ethan Steer lost out a bit as he's now on the trailing end behind Liam Palomi. It looked like Steer was trying to go down the inside of Palomi there, but that rear 3 of the Senior Max class, still a long way to go for them. 7 laps out of 15 completed. Casey Enzer-Smith now within 3 kart lengths, it looks like, of Mohammed Wali. So the front 3's changed dramatically since a couple of laps ago. And Roshan Goodman has a lot of worrying and defending to do at the moment, because there are 2 championship pedigree karters right on the rear of his kart. It looks like Troy Sneeman's fallen away a bit, his pace not be enough at the moment at least for him to challenge for a podium position. Matthew Wadley continues to keep Liam Palomi and Ethan Steer at bay. Oh, Steer couldn't make a move stick ahead of Palomi. Palomi down the inside, nicely done, making light work of Wadley at turn 1. Does he make it stick going into the tunnel? No, Wadley had enough momentum there. Palomi nearly loses it going into the tunnel. Wow, fantastic. Brilliant how he kept the kart on there. It looked like he lost composure, but yep, Wadley taking advantage of the pace loss going into the tunnel by Palomi. Now Steer trying to join that battle and take advantage. Nice racing there. You'd swear this was the front of the pack. This is the rear 3. But out at the front, we've got a dice there between Wali and Enzer-Smith. Wali letting nothing past. Closing the door, going into the tunnel. Pit corner is going to be a very small space between those two. It's the fight for second and third we're looking at there. Indeed, a tiny space. Wow, how did Casey... Oh no, a collision there between Wali, Casey Enzer-Smith, and Troy Sneeman narrowly escaping. Hands swinging between Casey Enzer-Smith and Wali. Both of them unimpressed with each other. Can they continue it at the pit exit at turn 5? Are they able to continue? The marshals have recovered them. They're both back in their carts. Casey Enzer-Smith out in a way, and so is Wali. Wow. I feel a bit bad for seeing that coming, actually. What an intense battle between those two. And Roshan Goodman may have a chance to actually look over his shoulder and see how quiet it is at the moment. That's because the mother of all battles just occurred between his closest challengers, and now he close to has no challenge. How quickly things change in a couple of laps. That was a very narrow space Casey Enzer-Smith was getting into there. I'm seeing the action replay in my mind. Wow, it's very tight. And their battle is yet to finish, because Wali and Casey Enzer-Smith, even though they're at the rear of the field, they're still fighting it out to make it ahead. But at the moment, Enzo Smith is ahead of Wally. They're in 12th and 13th respectively. Smith goes down the inside, aggressively defending. Can Wally go around the outside? Oh, the old switcheroo. And he does. Fantastic move. Very good racing. Got the penultimate lap underway at the moment. And the last part of the race has given us a lot to talk about going into Heat 3. My goodness. But speaking of goodness, Rushan Goodman has raced fantastically, very well managed. What's most impressive is the way he started the race. Diving 3 or 4 places into turn 1 and making it stick. Stamping his authority on the rest of the race. He could not be questioned the entire duration of the second heat of the Senior Max class. And well earned for Rushan Goodman. See the marshal grabbing the checkered flag, getting ready to crown the winners and give accolades for the second heat of Senior Max. And that rear battle there, the rear 3 carts between Steer, Liam Palomi as well as Wadley. Wadley coming up tops from those 3. And your winner for the second heat of Senior Max, Rushan Goodman, elated, absolutely elated with his performance. Fantastic racing. In second place, Ethan Ostander, Troy Sneeman in third. He must be very impressed with his race. Olerato Sukudu in fourth, Kian Spies in fifth place, Ross Campbell in sixth, Brandon van der Vault in seventh, Neil Marks in eighth, Matthew Wadley winning that battle between him, Liam Palomi and Ethan Steer in 9th, 10th and 11th respectively, and of course Muhammad Wali in 12th and Casey Enzo Smith in 13th. Hot battle between Wali and Enzo Smith. What is Heat 3 going to look like between those two? It's going to be very interesting. We're back for Heat 2 of the Micromax class. Matthew Shuttleworth leading the field ahead of Ronaldo Kuhn, Brody Dowling, Christian Ferreil, Rafael Di Salsa and Rafael Da Silva, as well as Ruvan Moritz. Callum Detroit rather, behind Ruvan Moritz, Benjamin Kibat, and you've got Jade van der Merwe behind him, Bopelo Mulatleshi in 13th, it looks. That is 10th place. And Bupelo is ahead of Kian Reddy. Asan Reddy is right behind Kian. And Ruman Hussein as well as Muwumi Masenya bring up the rest of the field. So we've got the formation lap neatly intact so far. Hopefully no restarts. Fingers crossed. everything in order. Looks like everyone is within the tram lines. It's lights on, lights out, and we go racing. De Silva going down the inside there, trying to secure positions quickly. But it looks like Shuttleworth has kept things as they are. The lead is still his. But it's not quite over yet. Going into the tunnel, there's plenty of opportunity for recovery. But they've all made it out safely. That front six train there. Salsa's smelling blood in third place there. There may be an opportunity for him to capitalize and actually take second. Now that all depends on what happens at turn one, because Matthew Shuttleworth can't relax. He has to be very defensive going to turn one at the moment. Let's see. Okay, nothing yet. The sensible option has been chosen there by Brodie Dowling. Let's try to get the train ahead and open some space up a bit. So your front six remains intact with De Sousa in third place, Kuhn in fourth, and De Silva in fifth. De Silva made some very aggressive moves at the start. They're going down the inside trying to make a couple of positions. Seems to have paid off so far. Oh, side by side going down the start finish. Oh, what an aggressive move there. Kuhn making I don't know how many places there. But Shuttleworth definitely lost out. Going down into pit corners, Shuttleworth definitely lost out of his first place. And Dowling took the lead. Brodie was very, very brave there and having to keep the inside of turn one and making it stick. Now, De Sousa may have to take advantage as quick as possible of Matthew Shuttleworth being a bit aggressive and try and get his own back at Dowling. He may not be concentrating on defending, and he may be hearing me over the PA because he just went down the inside the last two turns. Going down the inside of turn one, is De Sousa sticking to it? Nope, not quite. But De Sousa now has De Silva to worry about right behind him, as well as his 639 of Verheil there. That front six is keeping us busy. It looks like the penultimate turn in turn one is where they prefer to make their overtaking moves in the Micromax class and keep it neat in the tight stuff, at least so far. It's very unpredictable, so you can't really say anything is very certain. But at the moment, oh, there you go. De Silva, very nice move on De Sousa there at the penultimate turn, just as I said. But you've got two abreast. Oh, is it this going to stick? It's a very small space for De Sousa to squeeze into with Callum du Toit there. Wow. Sorry, that was De Sousa and Verheil. My mistake. It wasn't Callum du Toit, it was Verheil in the battle with De Sousa there. Very, very small space between the two of them in turn one. And Matthew Shuttleworth already trying to get back into his first place, trying to take back what was taken from him by Brodie Dowling very emphatically a couple of laps ago. The rear three of that front six battle as ever at it at turn one. But this time, it's Ronaldo Kuhn who comes out on the lead of that trailing three in the front six. Now, someone who's going to be very happy with that trailing three battle out in the front is De Silva, because it gives him a lot less to worry about in terms of defending. He can now focus on trying to catch Matthew Shuttleworth out in the front there with Brodie Dowling. Nicely done there by Van der Merwe, making it stick ahead of Mulatlegi. Da Silva getting a bit of Shuttleworth's bumper there. So he's telling me, you better recognize I'm around. And the penultimate turn, maybe where he makes his move. Nope, not yet. Perhaps it's turn 1. But this battling has allowed for the rear 3 right behind him to catch up. Oh, bit of contact there. A bit of contact between Ronald Koen and De Sousa. De Silva making a stick on the inside of Shuttleworth. What was Matthew thinking about there? He left the door wide open. De Silva like, yes, please and thank you. I will take second place. Now Rody Dowling has De Silva to worry about. In the meantime, there's a nice battle going on there between Benjamin Gibbard and Ruwan Maritz for 8th and 9th. Nothing in between the two of them. De Silva immediately going for first place down the inside. Oh, fantastic move ahead of Dowling. And now Dowling better concentrate on defending Shuttleworth. Both of them, both De Silva and Dowling going down the inside to close off any potential answers back. It's not quite over yet for Dowling. De Silva has a bit more room. But Shuttleworth will want his second place back immediately. Dowling, fantastic run up the hill. Oh, that was close. That was a lot of bottom end from Dowling. Where did he get that power? That was fantastic. But so far, De Silva doesn't have anything to worry about, going aggressively down the inside in case Dowling would make a move at the penultimate turns. Shuttleworth down the inside of Dowling. Is he going to make... Thought twice about it. Thought twice about taking second place immediately. Still Shuttleworth in third, and behind him is Christian Ferreira, Ronaldo Koen, as well as Rafael de Sousa. The front 6, you just can't keep your eye off that front 6. It's incredible. Just as I was saying, another overtaking move there. I think it's Koen who just made is some drums, some argy-bargy at a Rotax. Both of the front 3 and the rear 3 trailing them. Matthew Shuttleworth couldn't get second place there. He was trying to get ahead of De Silva while he was, I suppose, concentrating on something else, leading the race for one. No lead change just yet, but as it stands, De Silva still ahead of Shuttleworth at the moment. Ronaldo Koen, fantastic recovery for him in the past couple of laps to take third place. Brody Dowling now in fourth. Oh, Brody's going to be a bit upset with himself over the past couple of laps of racing for him. He's fallen off from a really, really tidy position out in first. Now let's see how De Silva does defending against Shuttleworth and the train right behind him. But Ronaldo Koen has a fantastic drive going up the hill. His bottom end is very impressive. What is it now? 3 abreast, 2 abreast? It's hard to keep up with them. But at the moment, in the lead is still De Silva. Shuttleworth still behind him. Shuttleworth's trying to have a look down the inside, but De Silva's defending aggressively, knowing it's towards the end of the race. It is lap 11 of 12. Side by side with De Sousa and Shuttleworth up the hill. The train of 6 is back together again, and the penultimate turn is going to be a scene for a lot of drama. I can just see it. Shuttleworth down the inside of De Sousa. Oh, does he make it stick? Does he make it stick? Shuttleworth takes the chicken flag emphatically. Wow, that was close. That was very close between Shuttleworth and De Silva. Fantastic by Matthew Shuttleworth. They're leaving it right until the end to take the chicken flag ahead of De Silva. And in third place, Brody Dowling, who may have been waiting there for some of the remnants of that battle in the front. In fourth place was Christian Ferreira, Rafael de Sousa in fifth, Ronaldo Koen in 6th. Now, what's interesting is that top 6, any one of them really could have taken that win. It was so close between them. But we may not or could not have forgotten about Benjamin Gibbard in 7th, Callum Dutoy in 8th, Ruan Moritz and Kian Reddy bringing 9th and 10th to a close for the Micromax Heat 2. The Junior Maxes are back growling for some honors for Heat 2. Ahead of the field is Ken Swartz, Georgia Lanitz in 2nd, Jonah Wilson in 3rd, Jana Pasquale in 4th, Bian Boshoff in 5th, Mauro Dalutz in 6th, Jordan Wadley in 7th, Amani Kinyua in 8th, James Nash in 9th, Bruno Guido Bidoli in 10th, Travis Menge in 11th, and Cole Hewson in 12th. And in 13th place we have Unwell April. Ooh, someone just lost their card, the 413 of Unwell April there. Livid with himself. Oh no, oh, that looks like a mechanical failure. His cart is not moving. That's the 413 of Unwell. He's trying to get the throttle going again. Okay, it's moving. I do wonder if he's going to continue with the race or peel back into the pits. Okay, the start remains unaffected. It's lights on with Ken Swartz in the lead. Lights off and away they go. Ken Swartz down the inside, keeping the lead. Ooh, argy bargy there. All carts on track, but you can see the nose cone to bumper, a lot of it there. Ooh, fantastic bit of racing. Very exciting. Oh. Trying to keep it tidy going to the tunnel is a very difficult task. It's a very, very tight space to be in and a very narrow patch of grip. So it's impressive to see how these young karters handle their stuff around there. And it looks like April remained on the track. And a fantastic move down the inside. Does it stick? Wonderfully done there by Ken Swartz, taking what's his back again. Jonah Wilson obviously taking first place going into the tunnel on the previous lap. But Ken Swartz answering back immediately after it. Now, a man to watch is Vian Boshoff. Of course, he lost out to mechanical failure. I saw him holding his tire in heat 1, so he's going to have a bit in his teeth for this one. Down the inside goes Boshoff in a very timely fashion. And then he gives a signal to John Wilson saying, listen, let's focus on trying to catch Kent right now. So let's not fight between us, which is smart. Politicking. The politics immediately begins. I think judging by the first couple of laps, he definitely has the pace to give the challenge to Ken Swartz as compared to John Wilson. We'll see if Wilson honors the parliamentary agreement that just occurred at turn 2. It remains to be seen. Again, that 413 card struggling. April seems still shaky around the same patch that he had trouble with in the formation lap. And so far, it looks like Wilson is honoring the agreement between the two karting parliamentarians. And in fourth place, we have George Alanitz and James Nash in fifth in that front of the field battle there. Someone just lost it in that pack involving Wadley, Houston, and Minge. Turn 6, 7, and 8 just bothered them. They all just got compressed in that little patch, especially at the double right. And you see, you've got two abreast here going down into turn 1. Does everyone make it out? Ooh, that was close. Amani Kinyoa, they're very happy to make it out there. Didn't just end at the double right with that battle. And Boshoff immediately on the rear bumper of Ken Swartz. He genuinely had the pace. And he probably would be thinking of heat 1 and what could have been, but at the moment he's got the next apex to focus on. Now, George Alanis may be troubling John Wilson in a couple of laps from now, because going into the tunnel, they look very close. Barely a kart length in between them. Vian Boshoff seems to be losing time going into the tunnel. But someone makes up for it, especially around the right-hander here, going up the hill. Gianna Pasquale having a quiet time there in fifth place with a significant lead ahead of Jordan Wadley. George Alanitz edging closer and closer to Wilson for that fourth and third place battle. George Alanitz going down the inside. Yes! Makes it stick. Fantastic. Fantastic move. Lined up from the beginning. That was brilliant. And almost in sync, Wilson and Lannis looking over their shoulders to see what just happened. Now Lannis has to defend. It doesn't end there. Has to defend. A lot of defending for Lannis to do, because Wilson has a brilliant run up the hill. And at the double right as well. Looks like Lannis is still succumbing to the pressure there. The double left is going to be interesting. Not yet, says Wilson. Is it turn 1 then? Wilson looking over his shoulder. Does he have the time to look over his shoulder and stick it down the inside? No, not this time. A three-way battle. Oh, turn 1 is a very small space. It looks large on screen, but it is a very small space. James Nash there involved in a three battle between him, Guido, and Daluz, and he came out on top. Jose Lannis made the move stick up at the top of the hill. I caught the latter end of that battle. Wilson has a bit of work to do yet. Whoops. That's James Nash going a bit wide there out of turn 1, making full use of the curb and then some. Lannis and Wilson, as ever. Nose cone to bumper. The double right seems to be where Wilson gains an advantage. And going into the S's, almost taking the rear right of Lannis there, but keeping it neat. Okay, someone just fell away in that 3-way battle with Nash. Ooh. Down the inside goes Guido. Fantastic there, turn 1. In that battle for 6th, or 7th, 8th, and 9th. And we're 10 laps across this 15-lap heat. It is heat 2 of the senior max class. Someone catching a bit of dust coming out of the final turn there. Turn 1. It shrinks with every lap that goes by. As Kinua signals to Guido, look dude, let's go. Stop this battling thing. Let's leave it towards the end. I've got more pace than you. Or does he? Leonard seems to have Wilson at bay at the moment in that 3rd and 4th battle, while things are very comfortable for Ken Swartz and Björn Boshoff out in the front in 1st and 2nd, respectively. Now, while Leonard and Wilson have been battling, Gianna Pasquale have been making quiet strides in 5th place and has shrunk the gap that seemed like 5 or 6 kart lengths to about 3, and can pretty much smell the fumes from Wilson's exhaust. So I wonder how this is going to materialize, if there's any argy-bargy between Wilson and Lannert in front of Pasquale there. She may just capitalize on a potential podium position. Who knows? Lannert has a decent run up the hill and has a cart between. But Wilson trying to get. The hill didn't do him any favors there. Wilson seems to have lost out to now 2 cart lengths between himself and Lannert. But ever more, Pasquale creeps in on that space between her and Wilson. Wilson better watch out, is what I'm saying. Yep, you need to look over your shoulder, young man. This wheel to wheel between James Nash, Guido, and wow, that did not look good. But all 3 of them managed to stay on circuit there. That was Dalus, Guido, and James Nash out of turn 1. Oh, fantastic racing we've seen. Ken Swartz securing himself a dominant win for Heat 2. It's the checkered flag for him. Björn Boshoff in 2nd place. And Georgia Lannert in 3rd. Now you will excuse me, the timing has been a bit of a niggle for us today. So I'm yet to get the full update on the rest of the positions as they have come, but I can definitely confirm that it was a dominant win from Ken Swartz there. Very, very, very well fought by the Junior Max class. Interesting battle between Kinua, Dalus, as well as Guido. Very, very close down the home straight. Fantastic bit of racing. But up next, we have what I will give you a confirmation of the full results once I get an update, of course, on the timing here, which has been giving us a bit of trouble. But in the meantime, we are preparing for the next class, which is the Minimax, as I see them lining up on the grid. Now, unfortunately, we saw April there had a troubling start at the beginning of the race, and it seems to have followed him all the way through to the end as he's rolling back down in the opposite direction of traffic. I think his car is going to be recovered very safely there by the marshals since he's so close to the pits. And that's the buzz of the formation lap for the Minimax class. Keegan Beaumont leads the pack ahead of Riachile Mailula, Keegan Martin, Caleb Ordendal, Terrell Goodman, Franco Kibart, Taylor Patel, Jesse Swart, Emma Dowling, Franco Bench, Zaydan Hussein, Sebastian Geldenes, and Aaron Mason. Okay, the entire pack is a tight unit as we see lights out ready for them. Marshals are happy, everyone within their tram lines, lights on. And away we go, we're racing. Everybody trying to make the inside a very small space very quickly. But we all make it around the inside. Keegan Beaumont keeps his lead. Someone on the grass there, not sure who that was, going down into the tunnel. An even smaller space than turn one, if you could imagine that. Neatly done. The entire train makes it out. Terrell Goodman made an excellent start there. Got a bit of curb at the double right. But Keegan Beaumont just lost a place in the penultimate turn. And as it stands, the lead changes. Fantastic from Terrell Goodman there. Brilliant racing. He now leads Keegan Beaumont ahead of Keegan Martin and Riachile Mailula. And that front two seem to have made a better exit around turn two. Mailula trying to find the shortest way around the circuit, and so is Keegan Beaumont to try and close in on that front two. Oh, a bit of defending will be done with nicely down the inside there. Mailula taking second place. He now has Goodman. Oh no! We've got another red flag. As card 597. Trying to make out who that young karter is. The cart is turned on its side. The marshals were quick to the scene to help him out. That is Swart. It's Jesse Swart, the 567. He's been recovered. Jesse Swart seems to be okay.
No, I pulled red flag before J.O. pulled it.
But it is a red flag. That is turn 1 again, taking another casualty. Jeez.
It's too much grip here.
It seems like the young karters are overwhelmed by the amount of grip out of turn 1 as it flips the kart over. JC Swart did make contact with the tire wall, but the marshals were very quick to the scene, thank goodness, to recover him. JC is walking, limping, but walking.
They completed 2 laps. No, they completed
And
2 laps.
JC looks to be okay. Now, having completed 2 laps, we do wonder how the restart procedure is going to occur, whether it's going to be a full restart or continuing as the order is from the stop of the race due to the red flag. So we do have confirmation that it is going to be a single file restart according to the order of the finish of lap 2. So it's a restart in a similar fashion to those we've seen earlier on in the day's racing. So the task for now is to get the karters back into their karts, into their order, and resuming the race. And it's lights on for the single file restart. Lights out and away we go again. And as the young karters look over their shoulders, everyone made it safely out. Darrell Goodman now in the lead in that 457 kart. Ooh, and that lead opens up significantly coming out of the tunnel. I wonder what happened there. I think of a bit of a battle between second, third, and fourth. Keegan Beaumont leads that huge train that's forming behind the lead man, Goodman. And I would want to tell you how it stands at the moment, but the way the positions are changing so quickly. You have them 2-3 abreast going down the home straight and going into the tunnel. There's a nice tight battle there, a side by side. And that was Mailula there, making his way ahead out into the tunnel, capitalizing off Ordendal, what could have been Ordendal's mistake going into the tunnel. Fantastic racing there by Mailula. Ordendal looking over his shoulder and having a sniff on the inside of Mailula, but nothing materializing as yet. I remember we're resuming from lap 2, so we're in lap 4 now. And it's a younger Goodman in the lead at the moment. We saw something quite similar in the senior max class, and it's a significant lead now for young Darrell Goodman ahead of Reagile Mailula and Caleb Ordendal. But Mailula seems to be closing that gap very quickly with Ordendal in tow as they peel away from the 3 karters behind that front 3. Oh, there's a move down the inside for 4th and 5th there. Need to confirm for me. Oh, very tight around the double right there. It's Keegan Beaumont who lost out the most, it looks like. Caught very bouncy and unstable in that battle. Keegan Beaumont still looking down the inside of Patel. Oh, Keegan has a lot of fighting to do. It looks like he lost the place again. They're going into the tunnel. Has to defend aggressively at pit corner. Now Keyboard Franco is going to have to try and gain his own against Keegan Beaumont there, but nothing between Mailula, Darrell and Goodman across the start-finish straight. You'd swear that was the end of the race. They were almost 3 abreast there, but the biggest loser for that one was Darrell Goodman. Had a bit of contact with Caleb Ordendal, but they made it out okay going into the tunnel. But Darrell definitely paid the price there. You can see how much of a gap there is between him and Ordendal. But Mailula, thankful to have been ahead of that little battle. At the moment in that front 6, it looks like the closest man to making an overtake is Keegan Beaumont ahead of Taylin Patel. But he just has to pick the proper spot for that to happen. How about turn 2 for a proper spot immediately? Are you sure these kids can't hear commentary? Because I could swear they do. Well done. By the time he gets down to pit corner, Keegan Beaumont has gained a position. He now has Keegan Martin in his sights. Keegan Beaumont having a look over his shoulder there from 5th position to see if he's secure enough ahead of Patel for him to focus on catching Martin. Keegan Martin, who's ahead of him. Not quite over yet for Beaumont. Didn't seem to have a very good run out of the tunnel. So Martin can breathe a sigh of relief in 4th place for the time being. Reachile opening the gap wider and wider. And it's lap 10 of 12. Darrell Goodman had a very good run up the hill there to try and close the gap between Ordendal and himself. And Goodman is continuing that good run out the double right over the S's. Is turn 1 going to be the place for Goodman to make a move down the inside? He's having a look. Ordendal saying no thanks. Eventually has to open the door. And Goodman made sure of it. Fantastic racing there. Sticking to his decision and getting 2nd place back, but he still has to defend. Caleb Ordendal's not going to let go of that very easily. And the man who's very happy with that 2nd and 3rd place battle is Reachile Mailula, whose lead stressed even more. Caleb Ordendal having a fantastic run up the hill, almost bumping into Goodman there. And things seem to have calmed down for the time being for Keegan Beaumont. But Caleb Ordendal down the inside of Mailula as Reachile grabs the checkered flag. Fantastic win there from Mailula. Caleb Ordendal leaving his overtaking move ahead of Goodman to the last corner. Fantastic overtaking there. Fantastic. And the finish stands as Reachile Mailula taking 1st place. Caleb Ordendal in 2nd with a brilliant move ahead of Darrell Goodman. Keegan Martin in 4th place. In 5th place, we have Keegan Beaumont, Taylin Patel in 6th, Franco Kibard in 7th, and Franco Bench in 8th, Emma Dowling in 9th, and Zaidan Hussein in 10th. JC Swart, Sebastian Geldenes, as well as Aaron Mason could not finish this race. Next up, we have the premier class of Rotax Max Challenge Racing in South Africa, the DD2 and DD2 Masters. Stand by. And the swarm of DD2 carts calls a swarm of people Very exciting racing that happens in this class. Jamie Smith dominated the first heat. Fantastic racing from him. An interesting challenge is seen there from Radojevic in 5th place at the moment, behind Nick Verstanis and Kian Grotus in 3rd. Brad Liebenberg was in 2nd, and it's going to be another close one. It was hard to predict what happened from behind Jamie Smith. Formation lap seems to have been good. There were a couple of stragglers there, but it's lights on, lights off, and we go racing with Jamie Smith still keeping down the inside. But ooh, but argy-bargy there. Jamie Smith came together with Kian Grotus. Very aggressive from Grotus. Brad Liebenberg trying to pick up the spoils. Going into turn 2, and he does. Brad Liebenberg back in 2nd ahead of Grotus. Going to the tunnel. Nick Verstanis down the inside of Kian Grotus. Not wasting time to get 3rd place. And it seems like Bevan Williams has made monster strides to be where he is. I was almost confused the cart I was looking at. Bevan Williams is in 5th place. But he does have the threat of Radojevic at the moment. Number 60 card right behind Bevan Williams there, going into turn 2. Nick Verstanis can't relax just yet. Grotus is very close, going into pit corner. Oh, Verstanis outbreaks himself under the pressure and loses 2-3 places. Out of pit corner there, he's even behind some of the masters now. Verstanis is not going to be very happy with himself there. Someone who is happy with himself, Jamie Smith, as ever. Picture perfect for the time being. Because Brad Liebenberg and Grotus are mounting a serious challenge there. I wonder if Grotus is going to take Brad Liebenberg anytime soon, because he's literally on his rear bumper. Now Jonathan Peterson and Bevan Williams are very close to each other, and they're just ahead of Nick Verstanis, who will want to make light work of them if he can. Those are very difficult people to just pass. Brad Liebenberg and Kian Grotus are upping their pace here, because Jamie Smith is not opening up that gap that seemed to be forming early on into the race. Bevan Williams with a mechanical failure, arching over to the right-hand side of his cart. He's wheeling it along. I wonder if he's going to peel into the pit. We'll see what happens there. But for the time being, Radojevic is very happy where he is in 4th place. A couple of people have fallen away. Radojevic has a very distinct body language on his cart, almost hunching over as compared to everyone else. I see Elof there adjusting his flap, trying to cool down his engine. He's sitting in 8th place, a lot of space between him and Carl Lawrence in 9th, Bjorn Ruiz in 10th, Zane Buthin in 11th, and of course Bevan Williams, who had the mechanical failure, is at the rear of the pack now. Nick Verstanis in 24th, still behind, far from where he would want him to be. Where he would have wanted to be, rather, having outbraked himself at the pit corner. Can he threaten Jonathan Peterson? It's a very difficult thing to do. Peterson is looking over his shoulder, going into turn 2, just before the tunnel. Peterson, was he braking early, or did Nick Verstanis brake extremely late? He nearly ran into Peterson there going up the hill at Rotax corner. But Brad Liebenberg may have Grotus to worry about. He does. Turn 1, Grotus on the inside of Brad Liebenberg and makes it stick. Does he? Brad just may answer to that, but Grotus is giving Brad the signal to let's go. I kind of have a bit more pace than you. Does Brad listen? We'll see. Grottus had a good run coming out the tunnel, but under braking, Brad Liebenberg made back that 1.5 carts length. Oh, this is far from over. I think turn 1 or the penultimate turn of the circuit is going to be a small space for second and third in a couple of seconds. Let's see what happens. Down the home straight, Kian Grottus opens enough of a lead. Looks like his straight line speed was good enough to give him some breathing room between him and Brad Liebenberg. Radojevic is comfortable in 4th. Sebastian Boyd sitting nicely in 5th place, and Nick Vistanis is now in 6th, trying to make his way back up to the front of the pack. Now Carl Lawrence and Bjorn Roos in a very tight battle there. Bjorn Roos trying to close that gap as much as possible. It's at some point of the circuit it looks like 1 cart length, at others it's half a cart length. So Carl Lawrence has to earn his keep here. Very good run out of turn 1 by Bjorn Roos. Carl Lawrence may be defending going on to pit corner, it remains to be seen. Quite a tight masters battle happening there, but Brad Liebenberg kind of mimicking what's happening at the trailing end of the pack. He and Kian Grottus rather in 2nd and 3rd, still quite close together, but doesn't seem like a move is going to materialize anytime soon at the 9-lap mark of the race. Seems like everybody's settled into a rhythm and a pace that they're kind of happy with at the moment. Perhaps especially Brad Liebenberg, who you can see has the ascendancy on Kian Grottus at certain parts of the circuit. But Kian Grottus has answers, especially down the home straight, as we may see in a couple of seconds from now. Grottus with a decent run at the penultimate corners and opens up that gap a little bit. It's narrowing a lot more now. That is a 1.3 second gap enjoyed by Jamie Smith at the moment, out in the lead of the DD2 field. Kian Grottus looking over his shoulder, knows just how close Brad Liebenberg is at the moment. Perhaps a countdown clock has started in his mind as to when that move is going to come, because it's very soon. Radojevic has some trouble at the door. Sebastian Boyd has made some significant gains in the past couple of laps. He's half a cart length behind. Sebastian Boyd, nice move, brilliant move down the inside at the penultimate turns before the home straight. Didn't wait to rely on his straight line speed to make that stick ahead of Radojevic. So that's Sebastian Boyd in 4th place. Now can Nick Vistanis somehow salvage what he's lost during the course of this race? That one mistake cost him dearly rather. Kian Grottus is just not being allowed to be comfortable there. Brad Liebenberg is constantly applying pressure. I see Kian constantly looking over his shoulder, and there you go, Brad makes the move down the inside. Kian said, okay, I think you've got a lot more pace than me. You've had me under pressure for the past 5 or 6 laps. I think that speaks for itself. So let's see how quickly Brad is able to close that gap to Jamie Smith. It's a massive gap, it's not a small one. In between now and the end of the race, we could be like 1.5 laps time. I see a mechanical failure here. Down the home straight, it's Zane Buthen, if I'm not mistaken. I saw him looking over at his cart leading up to turn 2, trying to see what the issue was, and it succumbs to his failures down the home straight. Despondently walking down. Okay, the marshals are there to help recover the cart as much as possible, as safely as possible. And that's flag for Jamie Smith. Fantastic, dominant fashion again. Second place taken there by Brad Liebenberg, and in third place, Kian Grottis. In fourth, Sebastian Boyd. And in sixth place, Dusan Radojevic. Well done from him. It had to be a recovery race there for Nick Vistanis in sixth place, Jonathan Peterson in seventh, Tian Elof in eighth, Carl Lawrence fought well to open that gap to Bjorn Roos in 9th and 10th respectively, and due to mechanical failure, Zane Buthen brings up the rear of the field in 11th.
So tell me, why do we do it? Why do we push so hard? Why do we test our limits? Why do we reach for perfection? When others leave, we stay. When others pack up, we work harder. When others keep in the dry, our blood turns to ice. When others give in, we dig deeper. Every rev, every corner, every apex, every pass, every risk, every position, every tenth, every hundredth, every thousandth, every goal we set, every challenge we face, every fear we overcome. Because we won't settle for second. Because we live and breathe it. Because we seek the strength deep inside us. Because we give our best. Because this is Rotax. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Cartodromo Internacional Algarve here in beautiful Portimao for the 2017 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals, the most spectacular, most colourful, most unique event in the world of karting. Our chassis partners at IPK Karting, Sodi Kart and Birrell ART deliver 360 brand new chassis to give every competitor, from the biggest karting powerhouses to the newest members of the Rotax family, the same chance to become a champion. Each driver must earn their ticket to race here, and only the best of the best qualify. The 6 adrenaline-pumping, heart-pounding, nerve-wracking days of testing, qualifying, heat races, pre-finals and grand finals are the culmination of 11 months of planning and a truly epic logistical task of transporting 6,000 new Mojo tyres, 400 new Rotax Max Evo engines, 57 tons of Rotax equipment, 200 members of staff and 20 trucks across Europe. From 59 countries across the globe, all 360 drivers have earned their right to tackle this undulating 1,530-metre circuit, and each driver, from the youngest 8 and 9-year-olds to the most experienced legends, all share the universal language of sportsmanship and the ultimate desire and passion to be the best. Every year, new contenders emerge to challenge the experienced faces, while some of the true heroes of our sport make their final bow. But the racing on the track is what gives the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals its true aura. Each driver must be ready to push that little bit harder, ready to dig that little bit deeper, ready to summon all their inner strength to stay focused, to stay calm, to stay in control, but most importantly, to stay in front of the rest. Make no mistake, ladies and gentlemen, what you witness here is simply the fastest, simply the closest, simply the most spectacular karting you will see all year. It is simply the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. Thank you for joining us.
Well, the Grand Finals, I think that it's one of the biggest events in karting, but in terms of countries, the number of people from different countries is really the biggest event in the karting world. The Grand Finals have really a different atmosphere. There's a lot of drivers that are going there just being part in races with very good drivers. Living during all those 7-8 days inside a big tent with 360 drivers with different country flags spread along the tent. This is really an atmosphere that they cannot see it anywhere else. We want to give the participants something special, something different. The surroundings, the location, they meet different cultures, different drivers. They all have the same equipment. It's equal for everybody. They have the same chances, and the driving skills are the most important thing. A lot of drivers are fighting for this ticket. They feel that they are among the best in the world.
So tell me, why do we do it? Why do we push so hard? Why do we test our limits? Why do we reach for perfection? When others leave, we stay. When others pack up, we work harder. When others keep in the dry, our blood turns to ice. When others give in, we dig deeper. Every rev, every corner, every apex, every pass, every risk, every position, every tenth, every hundredth, every thousandth, every goal we set, every challenge we face, every fear we overcome. Because we won't settle for second. Because we live and breathe it. Because we seek the strength deep inside us. Because we give our best. Because this is Rotax. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Cartodromo Internacional Algarve here in beautiful Portimao for the 2017 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals, the most spectacular, most colourful, most unique event in the world of karting. Our chassis partners at IPK Karting, Sodikart and Birrell ART deliver 360 brand new chassis to give every competitor, from the biggest karting powerhouses to the newest members of the Rotax family, the same chance to become a champion. Each driver must earn their ticket to race here, and only the best of the best qualify. The 6 adrenaline-pumping, heart-pounding, nerve-wracking days of testing, qualifying, heat races, pre-finals and grand finals are the culmination of 11 months of planning and a truly epic logistical task of transporting 6,000 new Mojo tyres, 400 new Rotax Max Evo engines, 57 tons of Rotax equipment, 200 members of staff and 20 trucks across Europe. From 59 countries across the globe, all 360 drivers have earned their right to tackle this undulating 1,530-metre circuit, and each driver, from the youngest 8 and 9-year-olds to the most experienced legends, all share the universal language of sportsmanship and the ultimate desire and passion to be the best. Every year, new contenders emerge to challenge the experienced faces, while some of the true heroes of our sport make their final bow. But the racing on the track is what gives the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals its true aura. Each driver must be ready to push that little bit harder, ready to dig that little bit deeper, ready to summon all their inner strength to stay focused, to stay calm, to stay in control, but most importantly, to stay in front of the rest. Make no mistake, ladies and gentlemen, what you witness here is simply the fastest, simply the closest, simply the most spectacular karting you will see all year. It is simply the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. Thank you for joining us.
Well, the Grand Finals, I think that it's one of the biggest events in karting, but in terms of countries, the number of people from different countries is really the biggest event in the karting world. The Grand Finals have really a different atmosphere. There's a lot of drivers that are going there just being part in races with very good drivers. Living during all those 7-8 days inside a big tent with 360 drivers with different country flags spread along the tent. This is really an atmosphere that they cannot see it anywhere else. We want to give the participants something special, something different. The surroundings, the location, they meet different cultures, different drivers. They all have the same equipment. It's equal for everybody. They have the same chances, and the driving skills are the most important thing. A lot of drivers are fighting for this ticket. They feel that they are among the best in the world.
So tell me, why do we do it? Why do we push so hard? Why do we test our limits? Why do we reach for perfection? When others leave, we stay. When others pack up, we work harder. When others keep in the dry, our blood turns to ice. When others give in, we dig deeper. Every rev, every corner, every apex, every pass, every risk, every position, every tenth, every hundredth, every thousandth, every goal we set, every challenge we face, every fear we overcome. Because we won't settle for second. Because we live and breathe it. Because we seek the strength deep inside us.
Because we give our best. Because this is Rotax.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Cartodromo Internacional Algarve here in beautiful Portimao for the 2017 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals, the most spectacular, most colourful, most unique event in the world of karting. Our chassis partners at IPK Karting, Sodi Kart and Birrell ART deliver 360 brand new chassis to give every competitor From the biggest karting powerhouses to the newest members of the Rotax family, the same chance to become a champion. Each driver must earn their ticket to race here, and only the best of the best qualify. The 6 adrenaline-pumping, heart-pounding, nerve-wracking days of testing, qualifying, heat races, pre-finals and grand finals are the culmination of 11 months of planning and a truly epic logistical task of transporting 6,000 new Mojo tyres, 400 new Rotax Max Evo engines, 57 tons of Rotax equipment, 200 members of staff and 20 trucks across Europe. From 59 countries across the globe, all 360 drivers have earned their right to tackle this undulating 1,530-metre circuit, and each driver, from the youngest 8 and 9-year-olds to the most experienced legends, all share the universal language of sportsmanship and the ultimate desire and passion to be the best. Every year, new contenders emerge to challenge the experienced faces, while some of the true heroes of our sport make their final bow. But the racing on the track is what gives the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals its true aura. Each driver must be ready to push that little bit harder, ready to dig that little bit deeper, ready to summon all their inner strength to stay focused, to stay calm, to stay in control, but most importantly, to stay in front of the rest. Make no mistake, ladies and gentlemen, what you witness here is simply the fastest, simply the closest, simply the most spectacular karting you will see all year. It is simply the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. Thank you for joining us. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Cartodromo
And away they go. Pace cars soon going to peel away. We have the Bambinos back onto the circuit. With Luan de Vet immediately resuming from where he left off. The lead. Fantastic couple of races so far in the first 2 heats by the 27 cart. And he's side by side with Adrian Steyn going into the pit corner. But has cleared him, had a better run out of the pits. But Adrian Steyn seems to have bottom end. Going up the hill there, a lot of power. Adrian Steyn still not letting Luan de Vet get away with it that easily. Is Adrian Steyn going to have a look? Luan de Vet making sure he doesn't by defending aggressively down the inside of turn 1. Ooh, aggressive move by Aston Verheil going down the inside there. Just went ahead of Slater Smith. Nicely done in that 9th and 10th battle. There's a battle everywhere, regardless of where it is. But it's still close between Luan de Vet and Adrian Steyn. Adrian still, I don't know. I feel like Adrian has a lot more power and speed, at the moment at least, than Luan de Vet. But Luan is very much able to defend where he needs to because there is no gap opening between the two of them out of the front. So clearly, Adrian is actually being held up at the moment. And to prove that point, Adrian has a 1 minute 1.8 lap time, well 8.2 lap time. And Laurent de Wet, who just defended again at turn 1, had a shade slower of a lap time than him. But the lap times keep dropping now. They're in the 59s. They're both within the same tenth of a second. 59.815 and 59.818. Good luck measuring that in relative terms. Maybe that's the thickness of an eyelash. I don't know. Luan's still in the lead. If we do see Adrian actually overtake Luan, I think he's going to open a significant gap. But that remains to be seen. For the time being, though, looks like Ronald Venter is in a nice little battle there. It's himself, Luke Dutoy, as well as Umatebula. There was a very nice battle between those three in the first 2 heats. And racing resumes as it had begun. With Matebula having a look down the inside. Oh, did he make it stick? No, he didn't. Oh no, yellow flags. Marshals, as ever, at the ready to attend to the scene. Ooh, that was a nasty bit. Very tight space. I honestly didn't think Matebula would go for it, but he did. The door was open. But perhaps his fellow racer there wasn't expecting him to actually make the move. And he's recovered on his own steam, but he's paid the price for ambition. Sebastian Shuttleworth there trailing towards the end. Alonso de Oliveira there involved in a close battle with Yakin Gamildin. Let's see if Alonso was able to defend and secure himself his position. Oh, Alonso left the door open for Yakin and he takes advantage. Alonso's going to pay the price there for opening the door. He's going to have to defend a bit aggressively as they make their way to turn 2. But in the meantime, at the head of this very long train, Laurent de Wet continues to lead ahead of Adrian Steyn, and I maintain my theory that Adrian Steyn has a little bit more pace than Laurent if he were given a chance to actually overtake. It's just that Laurent is defending so well, we may not get a chance to see that before laps across this 8-lap race. Look how early Laurent is closing that door, halfway across the home straight. There's nothing Adrian can do about that, at least where turn 1 is concerned. But the Bambinos don't like to overtake anywhere else, do they? Ooh, Alonso de Oliveira losing a place he gained back again. He fought back to take back the position there from Yakin. But Yakin, again, taking back at turn 1. And that's the fight there for 4th and 5th place between de Oliveira and Gamildian. Matebula working his way up from 9th place, paying the tax for ambition. Fortunately for him, his aggressive move in turn 1 didn't materialize the way he wanted to. Someone who's having a very quiet race is Ronald Venter. There's literally no one ahead of him and no one behind him, at least so long as he's looking over his shoulder. Oh, beautiful overtaking move by Steyn. Committed very early because Laurent de Wet was defending very early. So now we get to see if my theory was correct, that Steyn inherently has a bit more pace than Laurent de Wet because of how long he was held up behind him. But in the meantime, Alonso de Oliveira losing another position to Farrell. Farrell going down the inside of turn 1. If there's an inherent lack of pace there with de Oliveira, he has to worry about Aston Farrell, who's behind him. But so far, it remains to be seen. In the meantime, my theory is unfolding as the front two Bambinos there, Laurent de Vet and Adrian Steyn, make their way over the S's down to the penultimate two turns. Adrian Steyn defending from literally the beginning of the home straight. I suppose it's a good enough answer to what Laurent de Vet was doing for the past few laps. Well, Laurent having a look down the inside for turn 2. He's going to make it down the tunnel. Yes, he is. Braking nice and late. Andre Steyn also kept it fair. And my theory has been debunked. Has been made to fall. Oh, Andre Steyn having a look at pit corner. Nicely. What a move. And he better take advantage of that 2-cost length he just gained ahead of Laurent de Vet, because Laurent will take advantage if you give him a chance, considering that we're in the last phase of this race and the marshal's getting ready to take the checkered flag up. And as it stands, it's Adrian Steyn in first position, Laurent de Vet in second, and Ronald Venter very far adrift in third. And there's the checkered flag for Adrian Steyn. Well done. Well-timed overtaking move for him. He takes first place ahead of Laurent de Vet. Ronald Venter in third. Yakin Kameldine in fourth place. Aston Forel in fifth. Alonso de Oliveira seems to have secured, or has he? You have to wait until they actually go across. Alonso secured sixth place. Slater Smith in seventh place. Luke Dutoy in eighth. Lua Shumatebula, unfortunately for him, had to work his way up from all the way at the back after that aggressive turn 1 move. But he finishes the race in 9th. He's very happy to do so. Good to see that passion. And Kian Pillay in 10th place. Sebastian Shuttleworth in 11th. And that is how it goes for Heat 3 for the Bambinos. And up next, of course, we have the Senior Max. They definitely have earned that kind of title. This is the senior of battles, because there's something brewing. There's something brewing in that front pack, in that front three. I won't preempt anything, but it's going to be an exciting race. Stand by. Casey Enzo Smith, Muhammad Wali, Troyce Neyman. Does that sound familiar? That's because we're on, what should I call it, episode 3 of the series today. And we're binge watching a heated battle. 4 episodes of the hottest senior max battle in Rotax Max Challenge, I'd say, in the country. It is Heat 3, where Casey Enzo Smith and Muhammad Wali have something to settle for this race. Very, very fast young karters. Troyce Neyman may be there to challenge him purely on raw pace. Look at how, look at this formation lap. Look at the intent that has been stated by Muhammad Wali and Casey Enzo Smith so far ahead on the formation lap alone. Let's see how the race goes. But Troy Sneeman is going to be there to try and pick up what opportunity befalls him. And it's the lights on. Marshals are happy with the start. And it's away they go. That tight squeeze you are familiar with at turn 1. Oh, looks like Ross Campbell lost his stuff. They're spinning around in the mid-pack. But the front pack made it out okay. Casey Enza Smith still in the lead ahead of Muhammad Wali. And coming out the tunnel, there is a significant, say, 2-car length gap between Wali and Enza Smith. Wali, for the time being, has to worry about Troy Sneeman. I'm trying to figure out if there was a decent recovery there from Campbell, who spun out there turn 1. It seems like he's back onto the circuit. And it's heads down now. And that is Campbell, whose front bib tells the story of what happened in turn 1, and he's discussing something in the middle of the race with Kian Spies. Like, I don't think my skill level is at that point yet. But for the time being, it's Casey Enza Smith opening up the gap. 43 dead is the lap time he has so far. Let's see how quickly that changes. Muhammad Wali may have to defend a little bit from Troy Sneeman. Sneeman, I think, knows better than to attack this early in the race. And to attack Muhammad Wali, no less, he'd make it very difficult for him. I think follow the train at the moment. And don't lose the pace you could gain this early on in the race. In 4th place, we have Ethan Bostander. Roshan Goodman, who pulled off an epic win in the previous heat. He's sitting in 5th at the moment. Let's see if some of that bravery remains. I'm willing to bet it still does. Definitely could pull something quite impressive off for the remaining part of the race, with 2 laps across, of course, of a 15-lap race. It's roughly around the 15-minute mark, considering all the lap times are around the 42-second mark. Liam Palomi there is stuck in a train. He's in 2nd place. The head of that train is Matthew Wadley. Let's see if that train breaks up going into pit corner. This, of course, is the battle for 6th, 7th, 8th. Wadley still up front. Palomi still 2nd place. There behind him is Ethan Steer. And they all seem to have a decent run, or an equally powered run up the hill. One has too much of an ascendancy over the other when it comes to their bottom end speed. Ooh, one of the FK carts going down the inside of Steer there. That was Van der Walt. Good move. Good to take the opportunity there. Troy Sneeman is asking questions of Wally at the moment. At the moment, it's a nose cone to bumper situation. But the two do have a lot of time to iron things out, and to maybe shake hands in the middle of this at some point in the circuit if they agree to, in the style of Ross Campbell and Kian Spies. Roshan Goodman has a bit of an obstacle, a 4-wheeled obstacle in the form of Ethan Bostander. Let's see if he makes a move on him at pit corner. Troy Sneeman down the inside of Wally at pit corner, makes it stick. Wally loses 3 places in 1 section. What just happened? Ooh, that is not good if he has Casey Enza Smith on his mind. But so far, Troy Sneeman celebrating, but not for long. He immediately has to defend. You get your spoils and you have to fight to defend them immediately afterwards, because on his tail is Bostander and Goodman. And those are no slouches. Particularly Goodman. Please keep an eye on Goodman. He's very aggressive when he needs to be, and he sees the opportunity, and he's going to maximize on it. But for the time being, Bostander has Goodman at bay. Goodman has to worry about Wally now, who is probably a little bit heated under that helmet after that mistake, it seems. which gives Troy Sneeman a bit of breathing room. But the bottom half of the field, led by Matthew Wadley, Liam Palomi, a bit of a distance off, 7 seconds, although roughly 0.9 seconds, behind Matthew Wadley, but they are 7 seconds adrift of the lead of the race. It's Brandon van der Walt in 8th place, Nilan Marks in 9th, Olerato Sikudu in 10th place, who was involved in some front pack battles earlier on in the day. I don't know how he's fallen back. I think he definitely has the pace to be a lot further up. And we also have Kian Spies, of course, and Ross Campbell, whose agreement seems to be that Kian Spies leads the pace there. As Kian Spies has a little bit of a nose cone situation there. You can see it scraping. Perhaps he went into that little one lap argy-bargy there at turn 1. Might have knocked into someone. But it looks like it's still firm enough and attached not to bother him in his pursuit of a better position. And speaking of pursuits, Wally is still in hot pursuit of Rushan Goodman, and they've got about a cart length in between them. But Wally seems to be trying to close that gap the best he can. It's going to be difficult, as Rushan Goodman is not going to make it easy. What may look easy at the moment is Casey Enzer Smith's job, which is race maintenance. He's almost got an entire section of track between him and Troy Sneeman in 2nd place. But I don't think he would decide to relax were he to know exactly how big that distance is. You can see it probably, he's looked over his shoulder a couple of times, but I don't think it's going to make him relax. He's only going to put the hammer down. And testament of that, he's the only man to have set a 41.8. That's the fastest lap time, 41.85. His most recent lap, a 41.9. So he's in 1st and 2nd place as far as lap times are concerned for the time being. Wadley having a very quiet race so far in 6th place. Perhaps he'd prefer it that way. Can't get messy in the mid-pack. And a mess is building up in that trailing 4 for the remaining podium positions. It's all open, all to play for 2nd and 3rd place, because 4 carts are in it. One who has it seemingly secured so far is Troy Sneeman, but Bostander is asking a lot of questions and making Troy look over his shoulder. You know, you have someone when you got them looking over your shoulder, and instantly Bostander tries to go on the inside. Troy Sneeman saw it coming, defended very early on. Goodman trying to capitalize on that melee, and he's side by side with Bostander. Does Goodman commit? Nope. Going into the tunnel, it remains the order we saw it in the previous lap. But questions have been asked, and what are the answers? Sneeman is going to be very aware of an attack coming down the home straight if that's where Bostander plans to make his move. He's already made his intentions clear, and Sneeman should be prepared for that. Liam Palomi leads a trio there with Brandon van der Walt and Marks very close to the... Oh, Liam, as I mentioned his name, he nearly loses the lead of that trio. But in the process of that, Van der Walt gets ahead of his teammate or stablemate Marks. And a bit of a thank you there for the, I suppose, fairness, the fair gesture. Wally gets his own back ahead of Bostander after a lead change. That is testament of Goodman's aggression, having gone ahead of Bostander. And Wally was there to take the spoils as well and capitalize on the gap. Watch Goodman, I said. Watch Goodman. And Sneeman now has to watch his precious 2nd place podium position. Sneeman is looking over his shoulder. It's not where you should be looking going to turn 2 at the tunnel. A tricky place to find and keep grip. And he nearly paid dearly for it because he and Goodman made contact but kept it on the track. And now they're side by side with Wally waiting to capitalize. Oh, Goodman in a very tight place makes a move, and Wally does so too. Troy Snyman lost out. Ooh, his concentration got taken from him there. It was purely a concentration thing, it looked to me. Wally going out on the outside of Goodman, who now is in second place. Wally in third. Wally and Goodman made contact at the start finish. That was so close. That was very close. Goodman was trying to defend early. Wally was trying to attack early. Goodman now defending profusely. Going into turn two. Snyman diving down the inside of Wally, on the outside rather, and didn't make it. Poor Stander now ahead of Snyman. Wally yet to capitalize. And Goodman still leads that trio. That was a busy turn two. You choose your battles wisely, and that was one of the most difficult places to choose them. But it's chicken flag for Casey Enzo Smith on the final lap. And who takes second place in this heated three-way battle for second and third? Rushan Goodman takes second place, Mohammed Wali in third, and Boer Stander in fourth place. Wow, what a battle. Troy Snyman takes fifth place, lost out. Unfortunately for him, he was in second for a good amount of the race, but that four-way battle was too intense. Olerato Sikudu in sixth place, Matthew Wadley in seventh, Neelan Marks in eighth place, Kian Spies in ninth, Brandon van der Walt in 10th, Liam Palomi in 11th, and Ross Campbell in 12th. And of course, Ethan Steer and Charles Fisser, casualties. Rather, Charles Fisser part of the class, but I didn't see him racing. Ethan Steer, casualties of the race, succumbed to a mechanical failure there. It's Senior Max, they call it Senior for a reason. You just saw it. And we have one more to go. One more episode in that binge watch of Senior Max. Fantastic racing action, stay tuned. For the next race, it's the Micro Maxes lining up at the moment. And if you had forgotten, let me remind you, Rafael da Sousa, Rafael da Silva, and Ronaldo Kuhn were in a heated battle in the previous heat. They call them heats for a reason, I suppose, and it seems like it's going to continue for that front six, because it's not only them, Christian Ferreira, Matthew Shuttleworth, as well as Brody Dowling, all of them in that order for the start of the race, were quite involved in the previous heat, and I think it's going to continue by the looks of things. But finishing up the field, Benjamin Gibbard, Caleb de Toy, Ruan Moritz, Bupelo Mulatlehi, my apologies, Kian Reddy, and Jaden van Merwe. Oshan Reddy is behind him, Roman Hussein, as well as Mohomi Masenya. Someone just lost their cart there at the Rotax corner, going into the double right, and it continues on the grass. Ooh, that was close. That was very close. But the young Carter seems to have recovered there, the number 633 of Hussein Ruman. Alrighty then, everyone neat within the imaginary tram line for the time being. It's going to become very real when they approach the home straights. Marshals seem to be happy so far with the pace. The lights are on. The micros are about to get maxing. Lights on, and we're racing. Ooh, false start. So you see that yellow flashing light, it's false start. Everyone's hand up, acknowledging that. We're gonna get a restart. We're gonna try this one more time in the exact same formation, as we have not completed any official laps of racing, so it's a fresh restart. The second start is always much neater. The trams are tramming. Trams tram very early. Look how neat they all look. The Silver looking over his shoulder, he's ready to make that dive. It's the battle of the Raphaels out at the front. It's going to be interesting. Okay, marshals are happy with their pace going into the penultimate turns. Everything seems good. It's lights on. And we're racing. It's a good start. De Sousa still has the inside. Clear lead, very good start from De Sousa. Immediately getting a kart length. But Ronaldo Koen, nicely done, taking second place there, going into turn 2. He keeps second place, no threats for him. It looks like Shuttleworth is still in the same position, around 5th place. Indeed he is, he's got silver to worry about. Ooh, change around the position there. Oh, very tricky place to actually take a position. That was a good move by Verheil going up the hill of Rotax corner. Oh, side by side with Verheil. Oh, this is going to be close. Turn 1 is going to be a tight one. De Silva now going on the inside of Verheil. And behind him, he has Shuttleworth in tow. Ronaldo Koen is glad he made it out of that one. But Shuttleworth and... Oh, that was very close. De Silva and Shuttleworth, very close battling there. And Verheil lost out. As soon as Verheil gained that third, he lost it, unfortunately for him. Ronaldo Koen trying to take advantage of some uphill speed he may have hidden in his back pocket. De Sousa will be wary of that. Matthew Shuttleworth is very close to De Silva, and turn 1 could be a scene for another bit of action. Keep your eyes close. Nothing as yet, but it's 4 cars in a very, very small space of track there. Something is brewing for that trailing 4 in the front 6. Does that sound familiar? And in the mid-pack, we have Gibart Tutoy, as well as Mulatlegi, Reddy, Maritz, Van der Merwe, Hussein, as well as Reddy and Masinya. In the order that they started in, Shuttleworth might have felt a bit of nose cone there from De Silva in the white helmet in bright green and yellow. Oh, move down the inside, De Silva, well done. Oh, Shuttleworth lost out big time. I don't know if they made contact, if he and De Silva made contact, but Shuttleworth looks livid. De Silva made a really good move, what looked like a good move from my distance, down the inside at the penultimate turns, and Shuttleworth lost out at least 6 positions. The front 2 remains the same, with De Silva in 3rd now. That very easily could have been Shuttleworth. At the moment, it's Ronaldo Koen who leads ahead of De Sousa. Aggressive defending there. Inside his mind, says Koen. De Silva lost a position in the process of all of that. As I was looking at the battle at the front 2, De Silva lost a position. He's back in 4th now, and he's lost out to Verheil. Oh, the front 2 constantly changing. This also back in front of Verheil. And in 3rd place, Koen back in front. He's lost it again. It's Koen in 2nd actually. It's De Sousa now in front. And behind them is Verheil. But Verheil is... Oh, Verheil going down the inside. Oh my... That is brilliant. That's a brilliant move. Verheil making 2 places in 1 sweep. Fantastic overtaking there. Fantastic overtaking from Verheil. And he's ahead of Kuhn and De Silva. We're at lap 5 of a 12-lap race, so remember it's not quite over yet. And Ferreira, more than anyone, knows exactly what that means. Plenty of defending left to do. Oh, we've got a car slowing down at penultimate corner. The second last corner, there's a car that stopped. He's got his hand up. Marshall's quick on the scene as ever. Yet to confirm who exactly that is. Okay, we've got yellow flags out. The cart is being recovered by the marshals. And it looks like that was Brody Dowling. Dowling has lost out to a battle there, maybe mechanical. Unfortunately, that's the end of the race for the young Carter. Ooh, move down the inside to Sousa. Fantastic at turn 1 ahead. Oh, that was brilliant. Could barely keep on track there. We've got a hot three-way battle brewing at the head of this. Ferreira has lost out so soon after his gains. Ferreira is in third now, considering how well he did to overtake at the section of track they're at now, making 2 places in 1 go. But as it stands, he's going to have to fight his way back and try and get back ahead of De Sousa and Ronaldo Kuhn, who leads the race. De Silva, of course, is in a quiet 4th place at the moment. I think he'd prefer it that way, given just how much can happen in that top 6. Now it's going to be interesting now. We've got Hussein Ruman, who's about to be lapped by that front 3. We have enough laps to see that materialize. There's 8 laps. Now the blue flag has been given to Ruman. But how are our front 3 races going to treat this? Because it could be opportunity for one of them to capitalize as they almost go 3 abreast into turn 1. They'll just have to wait a couple of laps to confirm who's leading this front 3. It constantly changes at certain points. Here we go, it's happening, the lapping is here. How does this materialize? Who's losing out and who's winning? Whoa, that was close. And looks like this also lost out the most for trying to lap the back marker there. And Ferreira and Kuhn are going into the sunset with this one. Oh, De Sousa will be livid at that, but he looks like he's almost immediately recovering. Brilliant move down the inside, Ronaldo Kuhn, fantastic. Oh! Ferreira, how did Ferreira recover that? Ferreira's got the lead now. So it's Ferreira versus De Sousa at the moment at the front. And De Silva and Kuhn right behind them. De Silva is very close to overtaking Kuhn at the moment. If someone can borrow me an extra pair of eyes, that'd be great. There's so many battles happening right now. Down the inside, Ferreira just lost his lead to De Sousa. And in the meantime, De Silva smells an opportunity. Oh, Ferreira goes Ori just before the double right. Oh no, he just started a new battle now. De Sousa can sail off into the sunset if the sunset is one lap, because we're about to end this race. Oh, there's the chicken flag. Oh wow, brilliant racing from these young karters. Fantastically done. Ferreira, fist in the air, brilliantly fought by him. Some very, very close pockets of racing, close spaces, very aggressive stuff from him. Wow, I've barely caught a breath since this race started. But as it finishes, the order as I have it on the timing, it's Rafael de Sousa, Christian Ferreira, Rafael de Silva, Ronaldo Kuhn, Matthew Shuttleworth, Benjamin Gibbard, Caleb de Toy, Ruben Moritz, Jaden van der Merwe, Ashan Reddy, Mopelo Mulatlehi, Kian Reddy, Moomi Masenya, Ruman Hussein, and unfortunately Brody Darling lost out to a mechanical issue there, so there will be a slight delay in between now and our next race so that Brody can be recovered along with the kart. It seems like the marshals are rolling it back out into the circuit. It's going to roll down the tunnel, so it's going to be relatively quick to get it back into the pits before we start the next race.
So tell me, why do we do it? Why do we push so hard? Why do we test our limits? Why do we reach for perfection? When others leave, we stay. When others pack up, we work harder. When others keep in the dry, our blood turns to ice. When others give in, we dig deeper. Every rev, every corner, every apex, every pass, every risk, every position, every tenth, every hundredth, every thousandth, every goal we set, every challenge we face, every fear we overcome. Because we won't settle for second. Because we live and breathe it. Because we seek the strength deep inside us.
Because we give our best. Because this is Rotax.
And not to be outstaged by the Micromaxes, 15 laps. That's what the Junior Maxes are going to give us for this heat. 15 laps of Heat 3 of heated battle. perhaps slightly less heated for Ken Swartz, who flew away in the previous heat. But Vian Boshoff has something to say. So does George Alanitz, Gianna Pasquale, Mauro Dalutz, Jordan Wadley, Jonah Wilson, James Nash, Bruno Guido, Amani Quinoa, Travis Minge, Cole Houston, as well as Anwil April. The carts are down to crawling pace as the formation lap soon reaches its end. They're at the penultimate turn, final turn of the circuit, and down the home straight. It's lights on, and we're racing. That tight squeeze down to the inside of turn one. Ooh, very, very small space turn one suddenly becomes. Ooh, someone just lost their stuff out of turn two. Out on the outside, went under the grass, spun out, but recovered. So we keep it moving. Yep, no mechanical failure there. And someone else who's keeping it moving is Ken Swartz. Immediately has a gap to the following trail of carters there. Where did he find that speed? Oh, wow. Ooh. Close battling there with that trailing four behind Ken Swartz. They're not doing themselves any favors battling so quickly, but I suppose, hey, who am I to say? I'm a layman. I'm watching from a distance. Nice move by George Alanitz there at the pit corner. Vian Boshoff, losing out. Vian Boshoff losing out. Is that Dalutz who just dived down the inside? George Alanitz has some work to do defending down at turn one, and it's immediately evident. And so she does. And Boshoff smells blood. Boshoff going into turn two down the inside of George Alanitz, and he makes it stick. Oh, it's been a busy couple of laps. It's not quite over for Vian Boshoff, as George Alanitz has a lot of bottom end speed. You can see almost running over Vian Boshoff up the hill there. And coming down the home straight, the order remains the same. George Alanitz having a look down the inside. It's squiggly under braking, but it's still her trailing Vian Boshoff and looking over her shoulder to find Gianna Pasquale, Dalutz, that is Mauro Dalutz rather, and Jordan Wadley not too far behind. And I think it was Pasquale just made a really good move down. I caught that with the corner of my eye. Pasquale just made a really good move at the pit corner there. Ken Swartz firmly in the lead as he makes his way around the double right. Vian Boshoff has him in view with George Alanitz in tow there. The gap is opening up a bit with that trailing four. That is going to be a very small space to be in the next 10 or so laps. But looking at trailing end of the circuit. Menge, Kinua, and Guido in a bit of a battle there. Going down into the tunnel, the three are literally in the same tenth of a second or so. Nice move made to stick there by the 415 kart of James Nash. Brilliantly done. He managed to complete the entire section that follows. It's not just the corner where you overtake, it's the sections after that if you can defend well. But he had the momentum and the speed. And a close battle ensuing between Jordan Wadley and Jono Wilson. Watch the pit corner for those two. It's the battle for, is it 5th and 6th? There you go. Closely fought, closely contested there. But it looks like the 496 kart there of, the 496 kart of Jono Wilson seems to have secured that position and taken 5th place with no trouble. Wadley's going to have to work a bit hard to get that place back. Down the inside goes the 411 kart of Guido in that battle I was talking about at the rear of the field. Made it stick. And we've got a kart on the sidelines. Oh no, that's exactly where, that's the trajectory of all the karts coming out of pit corner. And this young karter looks injured. Moving okay on their own strength, on their own steam, but injured. Because he is holding parts of his body. The marshals managed to get the cart off the track. But we may need that cart a bit deeper into that embankment so it's not too close to the line of fire there. Going up to turn 6 as we see Ken Swartz in frame. Dominant form. Bian Boshoff in 2nd place. Georgia Lanitz has Pasquale in tow. So there's a looming battle there. Looming battle for 3rd and 4th. 2nd and 3rd podium positions are never quite secure. It's just the most difficult place to be in. What they would all pay to be a Ken Swartz right now. Little battle forming there going into the tunnel. That's at the head of the mid-pack. Wilson and Wadley still going at it in a war of words. Thanks for the alliteration, gentlemen. War of words, war of wheels. I'm on a roll here. The gap between Lanitz and Pasquale is closing a lot more. Pasquale had a very good run going up the hill there. Lanitz has a bit to worry about. The gap seems to be narrowing more and more going on to the penultimate part of the circuit. Boshoff has nothing to worry about just yet. About 10 laps across the race, 15 laps in total to go, so still a bit of time. Wilson has cleared Wadley, absolutely cleared him, and he's probably now looking more at the battle between Pasquale, who goes down the inside of Lanitz, going into turn 2 and under into the tunnel. The tunnel instantly gives Pasquale 2 kart lengths. Fantastic. And Lanitz will soon have Wilson on her mind as he is closing the gap quickly as they make their way over onto the penultimate part of the circuit and down the home straight. Pascal looking over her shoulder because it's not quite over between her and Leonard. She has answers. She definitely has answers to the questions that Pascal is asking of her, and she may just make a move not too long from now. It's almost bumper to nose cone between those two, but still clear so far. And Wilson will be ready to pick up the spoils there in 5th place. In 6th place, as the second last lap commences, is Jordan Wadley. Mauro Daluz in 7th, James Nash in 8th place. Amani Kinua in 9th, Bruno Guido in 10th, Travis Minge 11th, and Cole Houghton in 12th. Of course, April over there, Unwell April, is the driver whose kart is beached just before turn 6. Lannert is now trailing a bit more. That gap between her and Pasquale's opened up a lot. And Wilson may just be there to take advantage of that in a couple of corners from now. Most of the focus has been on this battle between 3, 4, and 5, and Wilson having to work hard to get away from, down the inside Wilson goes of Lannert, but Lannert says, nah, not at turn 2. Very difficult place to overtake. Does it happen at the pit corner? That tunnel exit gives, in fact, it's turn 2. How turn 2 is taken to turn, Wilson, bumper to nose cone with Lannert, telling her he's here. So going into the final part of the circuit, there may be something there, but in the meantime, Swart collects the checkered flag, and in 2nd place, Vian Boshoff in 3rd, Pasquale in 4th place, Georgia Lannert, keeping Wilson at bay in 5th, Jordan Wadley in 6th, and Mauro Daluz in 7th place, James Nash in 8th, Amani Kinua in 9th place, and Bruno Guido bringing the top 10 to a close. Travis Minge as well as Cole Houghton round up the entire field. Wow, the battle for podium was quite something. Kept us busy for a while there, but we have a lot more racing to come our way in the next couple of minutes. Luckily all but one. That is Unwell April, whose kart has to be cleared for a bit. There'll be a minor delay until we see the next class coming out, but it won't be too long. And the Minimaxes are peeling neatly, or unpeeling, coiling rather, into a neat fashion for the formation lap. The whole pack is together. And the marshals seem to be happy with everything so far. Hopefully it's going to be a clean start for Heat 3 for the Minimaxes. It's lights on. And we're racing with Reagile Mailula in the lead, taking the inside. But Goodman, in Goodman fashion, has something to say about that. Aggressively going on the inside of Mailula. It looks like Mailula lost a couple of places there. Goodman now has lost 2 places. It's Beaumont who goes in the lead, coming out of the tunnel, going into pit corner. Keegan Beaumont keeps the lead going up the hill, has a very good run. The uphill power seems to be serving him well there, and he has to keep Keegan Martin at bay, but in the meantime there's a second and third place battle there. Very nice move from the new third place holder, who I will confirm to be Caleb Ordendale. Fantastic. Oh, but Caleb seems to have lost out. Caleb instantly lost out to Darrell Goodman. As soon as he got that third place, it was taken from him. Good man. Keegan Beaumont losing out second place there to Keegan Martin, and 3 kart lengths at the very same time. That's not going to be good for Keegan Beaumont. He's got Goodman to worry about at the moment, as well as Caleb Ordendale. Keegan Beaumont didn't look too stable there. Looks fine. There you go, he just lost a kart length as he goes around turn 1. But Keegan Beaumont gained a kart length. Keegan Martin's the one who lost a bit of space there. He had an advantage, but turn 1 seemed to have messed up his advantage. Gains it back coming out of the tunnel, that's good. But a whole train suddenly closes in. 4 karts, ooh, down the inside. That's a fantastic move by Ordendale. Not a very common place to see overtaking there, but I suppose he figured it was urgent and it had to be done. Often have to wait until the end of turn 1 to confirm the running order. But Keegan Martin leads Keegan Beaumont, Caleb Ordendale, Reagile Mailula, and Darrell Goodman at the moment. That's where the heat of the battle is for the time being. Beaumont seems to be holding up, yep, exactly, and in timely fashion. It looks like Mailula just made a move on the inside of Beaumont there. Yes, it is. Now Mailula side by side. Ooh, does he make a stick? Beaumont answers back. Wow. It looked very close to Ordendale and Mailula taking that position, but Beaumont fought back for it hard. And so does Goodman going into turn 2. So the order now is Keegan Martin, Beaumont, as well as Goodman. Goodman loses his position. Yet to confirm who that is. A lot going on there. I'm as frustrated as you, young man, raising your hand up in the middle of such a heated battle. Caleb Ordendale is not happy with what he's seeing there. So hard to keep up with. It looks like Goodman now leads that train. Ordendale's gonna get past Goodman at the second last turn of the circuit, and he now has Beaumont in his sights. But Goodman is answering back. Ooh, they make contact going across the start finish. Goodman down the inside of Mailula. How they kept their carts on circuit there is a miracle, to be honest. Wow, that was close. Beaumont is in second place. And there's a heated battle. What a dive down the inside from so far. The young carter in a bright white helmet. I'm going to confirm who that is just now, because that was very aggressive. Trailing first place is Beaumont, Ordendal as well as Goodman. Goodman down the inside of Ordendal at the second last lap, and he secures himself third place for the time being. Ordendal gonna keep it steady because he has to worry about Reagile Mailula in fifth place. Ordendal keeps it a bit tight down the inside so he doesn't lose out going to turn 2. Some controlled braking there from 3rd, 4th and 5th. Mailula may be waiting for an opportunity, but while he does so, Patel is right there waiting for something to happen. We're at lap 6 of 12. And as it stands, Keegan Martin has nothing to worry about. Oh, some grass for Goodman. Goodman getting pushed into the grass in a very, very tight battle there, going across the start-finish. In trying to get back onto the circuit, he made contact with what looked like to be Mailula. Wow. Close. So close. I must have read the program wrong. This must be the DD2 class. Oh, jeez. Keegan Martin is going to hear all about this after the race. He's got nothing but peace and quiet in between him and Keegan Beaumont. Darrell Goodman now ahead of Patel, who I did say would capitalize on any opportunity he finds. And that has happened. Now Ordendal has to make a move stick right now at pit corner. Does he do it? No, he does not, because he's busy defending. Looks like Mailula is right on his tail. Inside goes Ordendal. Patel might lose out to Mailula. They make contact. Mailula on the inside of the S's, and he dominates that part of the circuit. Patel losing out as instantly as he won when he gained an opportunity. In the meantime, it is Goodman in third. Wow, what a battle. It is Goodman in third, Ordendal in fifth, and Mailula in fifth place. Patel in 6th, Hussein in 7th, Emma Dowling in 8th place, Franco Kibart in 9th, Jesse Swart in 10th, and Franco Bench in 11th. Of course, Bench bowed out of this race early on. I see a car has stopped now at turn 2, being rolled out into a safe spot behind the tire wall by the marshals there. Will it be cleared by the time? Drivers getting out of the cart. On the second last lap. Ooh, tight battle. Squeezing going on the inside there. Between, oh, what was that? Cart 532, that is Emma Dowling involved in a heated battle there. Wow. My request for an extra pair of eyes still stands. Please make your way to the commentary booth and help a brother out. Fantastic battling all the way across. And there's still Goodman, Ordendal, and Mailula in a very small space of track there. Going out into turn 2. And it is, of course, the last lap. Tightly fought battle for 3rd, 4th, and 5th there. In particular, 5th and 6th. But collecting the checkered flag in dominant fashion. Keegan Martin, Keegan Beaumont, Darrell Goodman fought but lost out in that battle. Wow, there was a changeover of positions twice over there. Fantastic bit of battling. Wow, so much to keep up with. But overall order, as it finishes, we have Keegan Martin in first, Keegan Beaumont in second, Caleb Ordendal in third, Reagile Mailula in fourth. Durrell Goodman, who lost 2 places at the cross, at the finish line. Caleb Ordendal and Reagile Mailula made a huge jump during that point at the finish to take fourth and third. And then Taylon Patel got 6th place, Emma Dowling in 7th, Jesse Swart in 8th, Franco Kibart in 9th, and Hussein Bench Mason as well as Khaldanes all lost out, not finishing the race. I can see Bench's cart here, turn 1, being recovered by his mechanic with help of the marshals. Another cart is being recovered out of turn 2. It is carnage. Which class were we watching here? A lot of racing, a lot of action, which is fantastic. That's the Minimax class wrapped up for Heat 3. Next up, we have the DD2s, which will very soon be shaking the ground as they warm up their carts and profusely warm their tires during the formation lap. Welcome back to the DD2 battles, Heat 3 for the premier class in Rotax Max Challenge Racing, and we're resuming the Jamie Smith show. At least for the time being, it is the Jamie Smith show. He's been dominant all day. Let's see what Sebastian Boyd, who starts in second, has to say about that. Kieran Grottis, Brad Liebenberg, and a couple of others have something to say as we see lights out. And away we go with racing. Jamie Smith, no trouble down the inside, but it looks like Boyd has a decent start on the outside. Brad Liebenberg in tow, and they've demoted Jamie Smith to fourth even, but he immediately takes back third going into turn 2 into the tunnel. Very quick reflexes, all while changing gears doing that. And then up goes Boyd with Brad Liebenberg in tow. Jamie Smith has Kieran Grottis and Nick Vastanis to consider at the moment. Bevan Williams following Carl Lawrence there with Jonathan Peterson in tow. Bjorn Roos not too far behind. Masters all making our safety, but it looks like the number 60 cart of Radojevic lost out and is at the trailing end of the circuit. He's a casualty of that early Lap 1 battle. Carl Lawrence down the inside. Had a look down the inside of Bevan Williams going into turn 2, but thought better of it. It would have been carnage there because Jonathan Peterson is right behind Carl Lawrence, and so is Bjorn Roos. So it could have been a three-way entry. A door letting 3 very, very aggressive karters through there. Carter James has to watch. He's got front row seats to a heated battle at the rear there with the Masters and Bevan Williams. But for the time being, Jamie Smith back into second place, which he lost very swiftly at the beginning. Brad Liebenberg is now a casualty of losing third place to Jamie. Kian Grottis capitalizing and taking that third place from Brad. And can Nick Verstanis put his name among them there? Remains to be seen, but Brad has a very good run up the hill in the tour of Kian Grottis. Kyle Lawrence making it stick ahead of Bevan Williams. Bevan now has Jonathan Peterson to worry about. Verstanis looks like he has a very good toe there from Brad Liebenberg. And that toe suddenly disappears as soon as they enter the tunnel. It's like the tunnel's a time warp. It's incredible. But Verstanis gains it all back going up the hill. Seems to have mitigated whatever time was lost coming out of the tunnel. Jamie Smith knocking violently on the door of Sebastian Boyd, and Boyd knows it, looking over his shoulder. Might have given himself whiplash how quickly he had to look over his shoulder and concentrate on finding his braking point again. Seeing the axle of Sebastian Boyd jacking there as he turns into pit corner. All that braking weight and all that pressure, all the weight of Jamie Smith right behind him. Turn 1 rather might have something looming between the front two. Nothing yet. And Nick Verstanis seems to have lost out. What was a toe has now suddenly disappeared between him and Brad Liebenberg. Carl Lawrence has disappeared from Bjorn Roos, Jonathan Peterson and Bevan Williams. Fastest man on the circuit, surprise, surprise. Jamie Smith with a 41.2. The toe of Sebastian Boyd obviously helping at the moment. But Jamie can also do it all on his own. I think he's going to do it very soon. Looks down the inside of the penultimate turn, but could not make it stick. He thinks something's wrong with his kart. He's looking over it on the right-hand side. Looks like some of these karters are letting their tires breathe a bit at certain parts of the circuit. Brad Liebenberg is not letting Kian Grottis breathe though. I'm sure Kian Grottis can hear Brad changing gears behind him. Of course, your DD2s are 2-speed karts, different from the rest of the field. You'll notice their radiators being on the left-hand side as compared to everyone else's karts which have their engines attached to their radiators on the right-hand side. Brad's still biding his time behind Kian. Doesn't seem to be happy with the gaps he may have seen so far. And same applies to Jamie Smith, who you'd expect by now has made a dive down inside of Sebastian Boyd, but Boyd is doing very well, despite Jamie Smith breathing down his neck. The trailing pack doesn't seem to be pressurizing each other too much at the moment. Even spaces between the likes of Tian Elof, Carl Lawrence, Bjorn Roos, as well as Jonathan Peterson. Bevan Williams, though, seems to have closed the gap. He seemed to be falling away from Peterson, but he's closed that gap a little bit. Not very significantly as yet. While Kian Grottis seemed to have found a cart length between him and Brad Liebenberg, Jamie Smith has reduced that between himself and... Ooh, does he make a stick against Boyd? Yes, he does. Penultimate turn on the inside of Boyd. Jamie Smith secures himself first place, and he's in the lead going to turn 1. Boyd has a sniff to get it back, but Brad Liebenberg does the same in tow of Jamie Smith, overtaking Kian Grottis. It's as if they were in sync. Did they plan that? Synchronized overtaking. Nick Verstappen is watching from a distance. Looks like Peterson and Roos are about to come together in a bit of a battle there. Roos does have some defending to do for the next couple of corners, because that is a short distance between him and Peterson. Peterson down the inside has already made it stick at the penultimate turn. Roos can do nothing about it. As the car squeals under braking, you see the rear braking out. Sebastian Boyd using the toe very well there. He's going to capitalize a turn 1 on the inside of Jamie Smith, and he makes it stick. Fantastic. You can see the momentum he had going into the penultimate turn. He has to defend going into turn 2 to make sure Jamie does not take that position back down the tunnel. Brad Liebenberg, my apologies, now right behind Jamie Smith. Boyd may have to squeeze them a bit so he can get a bit of breathing room if Jamie has a lot of defending to do with Brad behind him. Now that front 4 is tightly packed together. Carter in the front may be happier about that than the man at the rear. Lap 12 of 15, according to our timing. The front 2 finding a lot of time going to turn 2 and out of the tunnel there. The gap between them and Brad, as well as Kian, has increased significantly. Jamie has a look down the inside. Again, his favorite place, the penultimate corner. But Sebastian Boyd says no, not yet. Perhaps not ever. See the marshal grabbing the checkered flag, getting ready to crown the deserving racer with these honors. It's been a tight battle at the front there. Jamie Smith maximizing on that uphill grunt that his kart has. Watch for the penultimate corner. If he makes a move, stick for him to grab the checkered flag, but Boyd has had the handling of him for the time being. Oh, nice run. Very nice run for Sebastian Boyd. A lot of momentum there. Managed to get a kart length between himself and Jamie Smith, who are on the final lap now. Brad Liebenberg doesn't seem to have anything to worry about in the form of Kian Grottis. But Sebastian Boyd, ooh, a lot of concentration is needed now. But he's got a kart length between him and Jamie Smith, and he just may have this win if Jamie doesn't make a mammoth dive down the inside. And it's a win for Sebastian Boyd, fantastically controlled. In second place is Jamie Smith, who challenged it all the way through to the end. Brad Liebenberg in third, Kian Grottis in fourth place, close behind. Nicholas Verstappen had to watch that battle from fifth place, and Tian Elof in sixth. Carl Lawrence had a very quiet race in seventh place ahead of the Masters. Jonathan Peters second in the Masters, and Bjorn Roos in ninth. Overall third in the Masters. Dusan Radojevic had a disappointing race. early incident in lap 1 saw him fall to the back of the field and had to catch up. He finishes in 10th. And then James Carter in 11th place. 3 casualties of this race. Fortunately for them, Bevan Williams as well as Buthen Zane. I think Buthen Zane didn't compete in this one to begin with because he had an incident in the previous heat, so we didn't see him out. But Bevan Williams in last place. Find your seats quickly for the final episode. First of the final episodes of today's racing. It is the Bambino Crossing Heat 4. Formation lap is underway at crawling pace as we wait for Kart 19 to catch up to the rest of the field. That is Umatebula, who is in 4th place for this race. Adrian Steyn leading the pack. Luan de Vet in 2nd and Luc Dutoy in 3rd. So lights on and we go racing. Straight into the action. We have Adrian Steyn in the lead. Matebula just had a bit of an incident there, getting into the back of, it looked like card number 38, and that is Slater Smith. Someone went on the grass there on turn, just before turn 2. Let's see how it looks coming out of the tunnel. Adrian Steyn still comfortably in the lead. And behind him, been a bit of a change there. I thought it was Luan de Vet, but Dutoy in 2nd place now. And Matebula with a bit of work to do, as he's far from where he would have wanted to be at the moment. But already such a huge gap between Steyn, de Vet, as well as Dutoy. Several kart lanes ahead is Steyn at the moment. Aston Verheul stands to benefit from a top 3 battle there. Possibly could be in the podium. A very unpredictable 8 laps is ahead of us though. Some 4-way battle forming there behind Aston Verheul. You've got Alonso de Oliveira, Ronald Fenter, as well as Joaquin Gamilden as they make their way over the S's. It's very, very close between them. We're going to see a move down the inside here, possibly. Yep, there we go. Kart number 39. Gamilden makes his move down the inside and now leads that pack. Verheul profusely swinging left and right, trying to gain his place back. But we've got a couple of stragglers, yellow flag, penultimate turns. One kart seemed to have made it out okay, but the other not so much. Marshals are quick to the scene as ever. I'm yet to find out exactly who that is. That may be Ulash Matebula, who did have an issue getting on. Yeah, it is Matebula because he's fallen way down in the timing screen here. But the marshals seem to have handled that rather swiftly. So someone made a rather bumpy shortcut. Found a new piece of track to use just before the S's there. Who was that? Making an excursion onto the grass. That could not have been comfortable. Remember, there's no suspension on go-karts. It goes straight to their bodies. It's directly to the tires, through the chassis, and into their wrists, essentially. Absolute daylight between Adrian Steyn and the rest of the pack. It's Luan de Vet as well as Luc Dutoy, who have a lot of battling in between themselves to decide who's the man for the job to get us ahead and get to Adrian Steyn. I wonder if they'll have enough time to discuss it down the straight like they do in the other classes, but I don't think this is the nursery school of go-karting, so I don't know if skill levels at that point yet. I wouldn't advise having one hand on the steering wheel and signaling to the next guy. Dutoy has a look down on the outside, because the inside is so well covered by de Vet. Luan giving no room there whatsoever. And then in this battle where de Oliveira has to work to get past Ronald Fenter and Aston Verheul, de Oliveira down the inside is going to make a stick down at turn 2. No, he doesn't. Tucks it back in. You can see there's not enough room. Du Toit just biding his time there. There's really nothing he can do at the moment as we reach the halfway point of the race. It's the 4-lap stage that we're at now. It's an 8-lap race in total. Luan defending profusely down at turn 1. And this what is now my favorite battle. I see, Alonso just lost it. Alonso de Oliveira losing it on the right hand side of turn 1, not making it around the turn. I wonder what happened there. Something must have thrown the young man off. It was that battle between him, Verheil, as well as Ronald Venter that he was involved in. Coming to an abrupt end, unfortunately, for the young man. Sebastian Shuttleworth, Slater Smith, as well as Harris involved in their own little three-way there, the trailing end of the field. It's always a heated battle for honors regardless. Ooh, what a squeeze! Shuttleworth. Wow. Just found the shut in Shuttleworth. Shut the door there. Nothing he could do about it. Slater Smith has to find another way around. Still the same picture out at the front. Adrian Steyn on a cruise with 2 contenders vying it out for 2nd and 3rd place. That is Laurent de Vet in 2nd and Luc Du Toit in 3rd. Again, we get a rerun of that battle with Shuttleworth, Harris and Smith. Shuttleworth has 2 sides to worry about, the left and the right. That was the multitasking from the young man there. He made it out smooth, still watching out for his right-hand side, defending going into turn 2. So someone get an ice pack for his neck after this. See how he comes out of the tunnel? Nice battle at the rear, and then, where is Shuttleworth? Shuttleworth lost out going into the tunnel. He was in the lead of that 3, and that's changed. But the checkered flag is out. And Adrian Steyn, as if we would have forgotten, the leader of this race, takes the win. Heat 4 of the day goes to him. And in 2nd place, Laurent de Vet managed from the beginning. And Luc Du Toit in 3rd place. That was tight. And it's Yakin Camildin in 4th place, Ronald Venter in 5th, Aston Verheil in 6th, Slater Smith in 7th, Roddy Harris in 8th, and Sebastian Shuttleworth, for some reason, under that tunnel, that mysterious time warp of a tunnel, lost out on the lead there. He had 7th place secured and he lost out. Now he's in 9th. Alonso de Oliveira, sadly, with 3 laps to go, lost his place. He was in that battle as well, but lost out at turn 1 and he's in 10th. And of course, Kian Pillay in 11th and Luashuma Tebula with the failure. His car beached out at the penultimate, rather the last turn at the beginning of the home straight. But that is how it goes for episode 4 of the Bambino class. A lot more calculating. It seems like they were thinking this entire time. They were doing some race auditing. Wasn't as aggressive as I thought it would be. The first 3 heats were certainly action-packed. More of the action this time came at the trailing end of the field. That 3-way battle between Slater, Harris, Verheil, 4-way battle with de Oliveira, who eventually lost out in the end. That was very entertaining to see the mid-pack also getting their fair share of racing action. But that is how it goes for the Bambino class. We're gonna wait a little while Matebula's number 19 cart is being recovered at the last corner as it is beached. But another battle is looming, another final episode. It is a Senior Max battle between Casey Enza Smith, Roshan Goodman, Muhammad Wali, Troy Snyman. You could take nothing in between them apart from Casey Enza Smith. I think that three from second to fourth very, very close together. Ethan Bostander, Ulerato Sikudu, Neelan Marks, and Van der Walt, Kian Spies, Matthew Wadley, Ethan Steer, Ross Campbell, Liam Palomi, and Charles Visser. All awaiting their turn, all awaiting for their final go about it for the Senior Max class. We wait for the Bambino car to be cleared off the circuit and then we get racing underway. .15 final laps for the Senior Max class. The most heated battle of the day has come from this class, hands down. Leading man Casey Enza Smith profusely warming up his tires ahead of Roshan Goodman, Muhammad Wali, Troy Snyman, Ethan Bostander, Ulerato Sikudu, Neelan Marks, Van der Walt, Kian Spies, Matthew Wadley, Ethan Steer, Ross Campbell, Liam Palomi, and Charles Visser. It's definitely going to be a close race. We've seen three examples of what this could be. Now remember, towards the end of the championship, you're taking your best 10 results out of a total of 12 championship races, split into 4 venues, 3 races per venue. You're taking your best 10-point finishes. This may just be the best yet for some of these, or the worst yet, depending on how it ends. But formation lap is forming. All of them within the tram lines. It's lights on. And we go racing with the lights off. Casey Enza Smith tightly defending the inside. Muhammad Wali right behind him. A bit of a Oh, it's a bit of a touch there. Muhammad Wali is in the lead. Where is Casey Enzo Smith? Lost a couple of places. Roshan Goodman right behind Wally. Casey Enzo Smith seems to be in 4th at the moment, if I'm not mistaken. That's right, Casey Enzo Smith is in 5th actually. So he lost out almost immediately. Olerato Sikudu there. Casey Enzo Smith's stablemate is going to have to push to get Casey off his back if he wants to make his mark in this one. Troy Sneeman on the inside of Roshan Goodman and instantly signaling, let's go. Let's not fight this out this early. Otherwise, the man at the front, the Praga factory karting racer, Muhammad Wali, is running away with this, and run away he can. It's very interesting to see all of these young karters practicing and putting out quali times. Very different methodology and approach. The likes of Muhammad Wali and Casey Enzo Smith going out on the old. Casey Enzo Smith trying to get involved and gain some places back. And he does so in a very strange place to do so. Olerato Sukudu, I suppose, would oblige, knowing just how much is at stake for Casey, his stablemate. Casey down the inside of good. Wow. Casey Enzo Smith is on a mission. He just cleared 2 karters in one piece of track. That's Roshan Goodman now out of the way for him, and he's got his sights set from 3rd place on Troy Sneeman, who's in 2nd, and Muhammad Wali, who's ever increasing that lead. Keep your eyes closely on these karters. It's going to be a long race. Casey Enzo Smith seems to have lost a bit of time in that piece of track where you're leading up to turn 6. Because Roshan Goodman made some gains there. Olerato having a look down the inside of Goodman at the penultimate turn, but thinking better of it. Goodman still keeping it tight. Down turn 1. Liam Palomi trailing the field at the moment. Wonder what the issue is there. Muhammad Wali just lost significant pace. Or Troy Sneeman has found a new wormhole in the circuit, because that gap that Wali had a couple of seconds ago is gone. Troy Sneeman is right on. Oh, and he makes a move down the inside of Wali. Wali has to close the door instantly because Enzo Smith is right on his inside. And Casey's making it stick with a bit of contact there. Ooh, Goodman nearly got in on the action, but all 4 of them made it out of there somehow, with Wali still retaining 2nd place. That takes skill, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. That is Troy Sneeman, smiling, grinning probably ear to ear at the moment to what just happened, if he already knows how much of a gap he has to Wali, Goodman, Casey Enzo Smith, as well as Olerato Sukudu. The battle here is going to be ridiculous, and I've seen this before. This looks very familiar. If you've watched our previous classes, a whole train of karts in a very small part of the circuit and trying to fight. Oh, tight defending from Wali. 3 karts trying to go down his inside. Goodman and Casey Enzo Smith have to dance around to find their way past Wali, and Goodman makes it stick. Casey, though, is a casualty there. Wali's main rival. Wali down the inside, trying to defend Casey, lets 2 karts past him going into turn 2 and loses 2 places. Where's Casey Enzo Smith? Bumper to bumper with Wali, of course. Tell me this isn't exciting. Come on. Got a train forming now. Casey Enzo Smith has to worry about an FK behind him, as well as Kian Spies, let alone attack Wali. Wali, of course, is going to defend with his life down the inside. Casey can't do anything about it. Wali down the inside, while Goodman is leading the charge for podium positions. Wali still in front of Casey Enzo Smith, which I suppose is the principle, considering the championship. We'll get to the maths and permutations about the championship in a moment. For now, we're trying to see what's going on in this tarmac. Troy Sneeman must be laughing at this point. That's Roshan Goodman. Okay, a bit of a bump there. That didn't look too good for him. But he seems to be okay at the moment. Goodman losing a place, and he's in 3rd place at the moment. Oh, I almost forgot the rear of this train is a war zone with Wally, Kian Spies now putting his name down, and Casey Enzer Smith. Wally down the inside, bob and weave into turn 2, Kian Spies going ahead of Wally. Wally has one job, and he's doing it relatively well, defending Casey Enzer Smith. How long can Casey Enzer Smith's patience be tested? Where is he going to find that gap to get past Wally? Because this is the championship battle between these two. Ross Campbell now getting into the mix. Everybody is getting a taste of this championship battle. Casey Enzer Smith down the inside of Wally, up the hill over the S's. Makes it stick. I was wondering when he'd find that opportunity. He found it, and he's got a cart length on Muhammad Wally. What is Wally going to do to answer that? Give the nose cone to Casey Enzer Smith. Casey Enzer Smith loses his place. Someone goes on the grass. That's Ross Campbell nearly going into Casey. Everyone somehow has their carts on the circuit. Someone come check my heart rate, please. Thank you. Rushan Goodman, daylight in between him and Troy Sneyman out at the front. Ulerato Sikudu in third place. He would love to hear that. Casey Enzer Smith is stuck behind car 277 of Neelan Marks. Neelan Marks would be proud to hear that, I think. Wow. Muhammad Wali has, from 6th place, Ross Campbell in tow, Van der Walt in tow, as well as Neelan Marks, Liam Palomi, Ethan Steer, Matthew Wadley, Casey Enzer Smith reads as 13th on the timing for some reason, but it looks a lot differently on the tarmac. Must be a timing issue there with Casey Enzer Smith's transponder or something. Rushan Goodman has Ulerato Sikudu right on his rear bumper. Was he able to contact? Maybe not. Goodman has to be wary of him there. For now, Liam Palomi making a move, drifting, Tokyo drift style on the inside of Steer, and somehow making a stick, having to defend going into turn 2, and somehow does so, but he's got 3 cars to worry about apart from Steer. It's a whole group of them. Ulerato, or that is Casey Enzer Smith, I beg your pardon, passed that 277 cart and now has to worry about Ross Campbell. And in between Casey Enzer Smith and Muhammad Wali is Ross Campbell. It's a bit of a sandwich there of a mammoth battle that we've seen. In car 247, Rushan Goodman, Ulerato Sikudu, as well as, it looks like Ethan Bostander, doing their homework very neatly there. But Troy Sneyman at this point is marking their papers. Well ahead of them. Okay, Kian Spies has Muhammad Wali to worry about at the moment. If I look at the lap times, of course the fastest man on the circuit, 42 dead, the best lap from Troy Sneyman. But his last lap was a 42.3. Muhammad Wali's last lap being a 42.2, fastest so far. And he's 0.3 quicker than Kian Spies ahead of him, so he should be catching him not too long from now. As for Casey Enzer Smith's lap times, he's doing 41.8. Tell me that isn't a man on a mission. And in the front 3, or front 4, let me say, you've got Ulerato Sikudu, Goodman, as well as, oh, what a battle. It looks like Goodman made it stick. Goodman made it stick ahead of Ulerato. Goodman keeps the lead. Ulerato loses out on his initial 3rd place. He's now 4th, and Bostander now takes that position. And if I was Troy Sneyman's mechanic, I'd write a sign saying, "Bro, you won't believe what I'm seeing," because what's happening behind him is incredible. Kian Spies, do you think Kian Spies knows he is the meat in a very, very difficult sandwich to be in? He is about to find out, because Casey Enzer Smith still doing 41s in lap times. Rather, okay, it's a 42-1, the previous one, but down the inside of Kieran Spies. Here we go. Okay, that was clean. Nothing ugly there. But now Mohammed Wali, if he's aware, he needs miracle lap time at the moment to stay ahead of Casey Enzer Smith, who is on incredible pace right now. Rushan Goodman leading Bostanda. Troy Snyman, who we forgot was leading the race, just took the checkered flag. Roshan Goodman in second place, Bostanda in third, and Ulrato Sukud in fourth place. Mohammed Wali ahead of Casey Enzer Smith. I see a gesture there from Kieran Spies as well as Casey Enzer Smith. The body language says it all there. Wow, that was a lot to keep up with. I looked down for a moment to look at the championship standings, and it's interesting. A lot has happened, a lot has transpired. It remains to be seen how this affects. Wow, what an interesting karting battle. I'm trying to keep my breath here. Has someone been sent up to check my heart rate? I'd really appreciate that. But what an interesting race. Troy Snyman wins it, Roshan Goodman in second, Ethan Bostanda in third, Ulrato Sukud in fourth place, Mohammed Wali in fifth, Casey Enzer Smith in sixth place. Crucially, Mohammed Wali ahead of Casey Enzer Smith. Kieran Spies in seventh, Van der Walt in eighth, Ethan Steer in ninth place, Neil Marks in 10th, Matthew Wadley in 11th, Liam Palomi in 12th, and Ross Campbell in 13th, having lost out on a mechanical failure, it seems. And Sharp is a no-show for this one. Now, there's so much to catch up on in terms of the direction this championship is taking. I'm going to do a bit of permutations on the side and update everybody as to what just went down according to the latest results that we just saw. But it is very close, very close. I know you haven't caught your breath, neither have I, but we're some hungry people for some racing, and the racing has to continue. We've got the Micromaxes in their formation lap for the final heat of their day of racing. It's been back-to-back action. Some of these classes, it's just been so... I'd say the Micros are my favorite class after Senior Max. Fantastic racing between that front four, and they aren't done yet. Christian Verheil leads in that 639 CRG. Rafael de Sousa in second place, Ronaldo Kuhn, Rafael da Silva, Matthew Shuttleworth, Brody Dowling. That is Van der Merwe in the 618 kart. Gilbert, Dutoy, Moritz, Reddy, and Reddy again, as well as Molatlehi, Hussein, and Masinya is the order we have here. How neat do you want your formation lap? That neat is the idea. Look at the moms urging their kids on to keep it as neat as possible. We want a clean start, of course. Whew. Still trying to catch a breath from that Senior Max race, but we have to focus on the next one. It is the Micromax class approaching the penultimate turn. I will tell you, it is not over yet as far as the heat we just saw. Far from over. But the heat we're looking at now, it's lights on, lights off. Nope, that was a false start. Yep, I saw that. A couple of carts jumped across the tram lines before they should have. Twitchy reflexes. Okay, moms, we're gonna have to motivate them again to try keep it tight, keep it tidy. I think it makes a difference. We're gonna have another formation lap, as neat as possible. And of course, the second rendition of the formation lap is always more crawling than crawling pace. Wait, bit of a bump there at the end. I think that was Hussein. Quite the crawling pace. But it's exactly what's needed right now. Marshals continue to slow them down as they approach the penultimate turn of the circuit. Final turn to go. So far, so good. Lights on. We go racing. Clean start. Everybody squeezing down the inside in turn 1. Oh, caught, spin out 3, 4, spin out. At turn 1. Shuttleworth happy to have made it out of that, because the man right in front of him spun out, yet to confirm who that was. I'll get a clear picture just now. De Silva immediately applying pressure on Shuttleworth, who's in second. De Silva is in third. But De Sousa is going to be very happy with his start as he leads the Micromax class at the moment. Looks like we have a casualty here. That 663 is crawling around double right-handed onto the S's. We'll see how that materializes. But in the meantime, Shuttleworth has to defend De Silva, who's right behind him. The order at the moment is De Sousa, Shuttleworth, De Silva, Maritz, and Gibbard in the front 4. Sorry, that is the front 5. Rounding up this front 6 is Brody Dowling. Brody Dowling, my mistake. Shuttleworth has found some pace and has reeled in De Sousa. Look a lot closer at the moment. There may be a move materializing, something brooding. Not as soon as the last turn, but perhaps turn 1. De Sousa looking over his shoulder. The timing of looking over your shoulder takes a lot of skill to do that. And it's Ronaldo Kuhn making 2 places at once, trying to make up for lost time. That was a really bad start that he had. He's the man who spun out. It's a 3-way train out at the front, nothing in between them. A lonely race for Ruan Maritz there, at least for the time being. There's a lot coming his way. 3 cars profusely fighting. As there's a position change, I'll confirm who that is just now. But Ferreira just made a really good move at his favorite place to overtake, the second last to last turn. Really brilliant move for him to claim 6th place ahead of Van der Merwe. The front 3 get tighter still. All in the same 10th or so of a second. Christian Verheil, though, is on the move. He's the fastest man on circuit, 48 dead. How badly do you want it? Ooh, that's another move down the inside by Verheil at turn 1. I didn't know if that was going to stick, but it seemed to. He's now in 6th place behind Brody Dowling. Someone signal Brody. There's a 1-way train coming. And the shape of that front 3 Still features the same characters, but Shuttleworth has lost out. He's now in third as opposed to second, and has to try to get his own back on De Silva. But Hale is now fourth. Someone didn't warn Dowling quick enough. Ronaldo Kuhn just set a 47.8. Fastest man on circuit at the moment. And that front two coming out of the pit corner there. Shuttleworth falling away a bit. He's lost a bit of pace. And De Silva trying to shorten the corner as much as possible so he can catch De Sousa. Something looming at turn one perhaps. De Sousa looks over his shoulder, but nothing yet. Battle of the Raphaels. It has come to this. Mulatlehi ready and to toy all in a bit of a battle there. Mulatlehi coming out for the time being at the front, but it's also very tight there. The 642 has a lot of defending to do. 3 carts worth of defending. Shuttleworth still trying to keep up with that front two. The pair of Raphaels there. De Silva looks like he's going to have a look down the inside very soon, but not quite yet. I guess he's not happy with that distance. There it is, he's closing in. As they come out the pit corner, up the hill, up to turn 6. De Silva making, he absolutely shortens that corner and racing line. It's a lot choppier, it features a lot more shortcuts certainly than De Sousa's, and he hopes he can turn that into the race win. It looks like he really is biding his time and waiting as long as possible because they're absolutely matched for pace at the moment. And as I said, that 642 kart of Mlatlehi has a lot of defending to do, and that has already commenced. Bit of contact there as they came out of the double right going up the hill as they're coming down the home straight at the moment. Mlatlehi still in the lead, but he definitely got the warning. The message was sent to him by Reddy and his younger brother. Detroit in 12th place, watching that battle closely. Perhaps he's going to play it smooth and wait to capitalize on a gap if it forms. But as ever, De Sousa looking over his shoulder. De Silva's still there. Very good run up the hill there for De Silva. Clearly has more power uphill, at least in that part. But going over the S's, over the tunnel, looks like De Sousa has a bit more grunt than him. Shuttleworth has absolutely fallen back here. I think another 2 kart lengths it seems. It was a lot closer a couple of laps ago in that battle for the top 3. The given the gap between him and fourth place, he'd be happy to keep that third. Christian Verheil is now claiming that fourth place. Had to fight his way back up. Whether or not he has the pace to close that gap in between now and the end, which is literally around the corner, remains to be seen. The marshal is preparing to drop that checkered flag. And there we have it. A well-fought battle between the Rafaels and the winner, De Sousa. Rafael De Sousa taking the win. Rafael De Silva in second place and Matthew Shuttleworth in third. A distant fourth place for Christian Verheil. Brody Dowling right behind him. And Ronaldo Kuhn in sixth place. Ruvan Maris and Van der Merwe in eighth and seventh and eighth respectively. Mulatlegi had a long battle for him to secure that ninth place. 3 cards he had to fight off. Eventually he got it and he earned it. Taking the checkered flag at 9th. Hassan Reddy in 10th place. Callum du Toit in 11th. Kian Reddy in 12th. Rahman Hussein in 13th place. Momi Masinya in 14th and Benjamin Gibart in 15th. Wow, a lot of racing. Slight correction there because I just saw Hussein actually crossed the line last. According to my timing, he was in a different position, but he crossed the line last. So it is Hussein who takes the last position as opposed to Benjamin Gibart. And the Junior Maxes are back, crawling into formation at the penultimate turn. Ken Swart dominating the class and beginning the final races. Lights on. And we go racing immediately, trying to squeeze that entry into turn 1. A lot of these young karters. Ken Swartz down the inside of turn 2. Looks like he has a decent position. Some made it onto the grass. Wilson looks like doing a good job of keeping Ken Swartz safe there because he ended up being in a bit of an argy-bargy there with what looks to be the 417 or the 437 rather of Boshoff. Ken Swartz reintroduces his lead. In second place, Vian Boshoff. In third, John Wilson, George Alanitz. In fourth place, Mauro Dalutz. In fifth, and the top 6 wrapped up by Gianna Pasquale. Giorgio Lannis looks to have a very good run up that hill, going over the S's, right behind Jono Wilson. And she indeed is closing that gap at the double lift, final double lift. See if she has the top end speed. She definitely does, and under braking, closing that gap more and more. Look how tight that front four is at the moment. Vian Boshoff may have to defend 2 carts instead of just 1. You don't want a 2-for-1 special when it comes to overtakes, if you're on the receiving end especially. And coming out of the tunnel, looks like Leonard's lost out to Wilson there. Tunnel makes a huge difference for a lot of these karters. Gianna Pascal has Dalutz in her crosshairs. Wilson closing in on Boshoff. Boshoff can hear him hounding at his rear bumper. A move is imminent here. Let's see what happens at pit corner. Yeah, it seems to be that tunnel that's making the difference for Lannert. And that's how Wilson so far has kept her at bay. And he's worried about Boshoff at the moment. A bit more daylight now between Swartz, Boshoff as well as Wilson. Swartz certainly under a bit more pressure from Boshoff than he was in the previous heats. Boshoff is really keeping that gap tight. And another man under pressure from Lannert is Wilson for that 3rd place. You can see Wilson readjusting his positioning, his seat position, trying to make sure he's as aerodynamic or low as possible in his center of gravity. In the meantime, Gianna Pasquale making a nice move there down the inside of the pit corner, and now has 5th place secured ahead of Dalutz. Ooh, Lannert's fantastic move against Wilson there. Wilson, it was bound to happen. Lannert's just secured 3rd place, taking Wilson at the penultimate, if not the last turn. Beautiful bit of racing there. Field seems to be spreading evenly across, all but apart from that battle between Nash as well as Kinua in 8th and 9th. They're very close together as they approach turn 1 here. But for the time being, Wade Lee Jordan is ahead of that. Yeah, Boshoff maxing out his braking ability there. You can see his inner right rear jacking. Ken Swartz is certainly under a bit more pressure this time around. Vian Boshoff is making sure of it because he's only a tenth off the time that Ken Swartz is setting. Ken Swartz on a 41.5. It's his fastest so far. Vian Boshoff on a 41.6. There's nothing in between them. But Ken Swartz would argue that nothing is plenty. Georgia Lennis has a bit of management to do now. She's at the head of the train, fighting for that third place. Wilson has gone and done his homework, done his corrections, and he's coming back for another go at the podium position, but he's got Gianna Pasquale in tow. How's this going to materialize? They're all literally in the same 10th or 2 of a second as they go around turn 6. Going up over the S's, it seems nothing will materialize as yet as far as overtaking is concerned. And for the time being, that's where the focus of our battle is. But we also do have James Nash and Travis Mingay in a bit of a battle here. Trouble for Lannert as Wilson is gaining out of that tight section. He had a very good run up the hill and down into the double right. He goes down the inside of the penultimate corner of Lannert, and Lannert now has to worry about Pasquale right behind her. But Wilson, it's not over for him because Lannert is right on his tail. Going to turn 1, left arm up in complaint. Why the nose cone? It's racing, my friend. Rubbing is racing. Wilson has to put on a mighty defense at the moment because Lannert has a brilliant run up the hill. A lot of bottom end coming out of that corner. Lannert's having a look down the inside, but not yet. And she's definitely cognizant of the fact that Pasquale's right behind her. So she can't make a mistake in how she gets past Wilson. She may pay for it dearly. There we go, down the inside of turn 2. That was unexpected and brilliant. Wow. Wilson. Wilson must be as shocked as I am. That was unexpected. But Lannert made it stick, and now she has to worry about Pasquale. As ever, Wilson lost out twice over, having gone down on the outside of turn 2 at the tunnel. He must be livid. Oh, tight space between Pasquale and Lannert. This is going to be interesting. Turn 2 is the venue where a lot of the action has happened so far. Lannert is signaling something to Pasquale. I wonder what the notion is there, or what the idea is. Ease off so I can sort of go ahead or what, but there's not much pressure at the moment from Wilson at least. And there's daylight in between this pair and Boshoff out in second place. So it's slightly less pressure. I think can help as the last lap begins. You can try and cool your tires down a bit. We do have the last lap signal. Well commanded race so far by Ken Swartz. Very commanding day he's had. It's not just the one race, all 4 heats he has taken in this exact fashion you see. Fastest lap after fastest lap. Not a mistake made, not a wheel put wrong. And a well-earned checkered flag for Ken Swartz in first place. For the Junior Max in second place, Vian Boshoff well recovered from him. Georgia Lannert in third place with Pasquale right behind her in fourth. Hardly anything between the two of them. Jonah Wilson lost out to that third and fourth place battle. Ended up taking fifth. Maro Dalutz in sixth place. Jordan Wadley in seventh. Amani Kinua in eighth place. James Nash ninth. Bruno Guido in 10th place. Cole Hudson in 11th. And Travis Mingay as well as Unwill April bring up the rear of the field for all 12 cars. Fantastic bit of racing from the Junior Max today. Dominated, very well dominated by young Kent Swartz. And a brilliant recovery from Vian Boshoff, who didn't have everything go his way today, but it showed the tenacity of the young racer. Up next we have lining up the Minimax class. And it doesn't matter if you haven't caught a breath because there's so much action to enjoy. Reagile Mailula resumes his challenge for the day of racing here at final, the round 4, the final of the Minimax class. This is the final heat, the 4th heat for the Minimax class. The last installment is the second last overall race for the day, one more to go. But for the time being, we focus on these young karters. It's lights on, and we go racing. Clean start. COC is happy. Mailula keeping the inside, but someone spins out on his outside. I think that was Ordendal. How Mailula kept on circuit is a miracle, and how everyone else apart from the livid Ordendal kept on is equally miraculous. Ooh, turn 1 is a scene for carnage today. Couple of overtakes have already happened thanks to that spin-off by Ordendal. Ordendal must be, oh no. We're going to see a whole lot of faster slaps. A bit of an oopsie there from Patel, hitting the curb just after turn 6. Beaumont edging ever so close to his namesake, Martin. And Franco Giebert, one of the winners, one of the gainers from that spin-off. Mailula has a couple of kart lengths ahead of Keegan Martin as well as Beaumont. Martin has some management to do because Beaumont is right behind him and he has Giebert in tow. Mailula, was he looking over to his fans? But in any case, Keegan Beaumont looking over to the inside of Keegan Martin, taking his place in second place. Martin now third, and Franco Giebert trying to keep his 4th position, trying his best to keep his 4th position because Taylor Patel's right there to pick up the spoils if there is a mistake. Mailula's fans there urging him with all their might, and he's putting a lot of might into the gap he has. Now it is a mighty gap he's got between himself and Keegan Beaumont. Beaumont is going to put in, or have to put in, some scintillating lap times for him to close this gap. And what Mailula at the moment can be grateful for is the 5 or 6 car train behind him being led by Keegan Beaumont, because often that breeds a whole lot of obstruction in trying to close the gap between the leader and the rest of the pack. So while Beaumont is busy defending from Martin, Mailula runs away with it in a nutshell. I wish I had fans like Mailula's fans. Beaumont having to defend down the inside, Martin out on the outside, could not make it stick. The order remains the same in the top 3. I've got Goodman now in 4th place. Right behind him, right on his tail, is Gibbard and Patel. Now, as I said, that battle from 2nd all the way down to 6th just makes it for a bigger gap, and that already has materialized more so than over the past couple of laps because of a bit of a bump between Goodman as well as, who is that Carter? Can't quite make him out yet. There's a huge change in the order at the moment because Beaumont's already fallen back. I think that was Martin. Yes, that was Martin. The glare sort of getting in my eye there, so I couldn't really tell. Patel leading up the so-called best of the rest ahead of Gibbard in 5th and 6th respectively. Dowling is in 7th, Ordendal in 8th, trying to make his way back up to where he started. Hussein in 9th, Bench in 10th, and Swart in 11th. Mailula cannot be stopped at the moment. That gap is just widening more and more. Keegan Beaumont seems to be falling away there from Goodman. There's been a significant widening of that gap as well. He won't be too happy with that because that's him in essence waving goodbye at the halfway point of the race to a potential podium position, but it remains to be seen what happens between Keegan Martin and Darrell Goodman. Because Darrell Goodman does not mind overtaking as they go down into turn 2 and into the tunnel. Darrell Goodman is literally right on the rear bumper. Right on the rear bumper of Keegan Martin. Good run there from Darrell Goodman. Can Keegan Martin keep the door closed though? Penultimate corner often is an opportunity for some, but only the brave. Mailula adjusting something. I think it's his flap on the right hand side. So does Martin, while focusing on defending from Darrell Goodman. Got to keep those engines as cool as possible. Don't want them overheating. Keegan Beaumont still just out of reach in 4th place. Oh, what was he must be thinking. The support for Mailula is relentless. I love it. And the gap is relentless as well. It keeps getting larger and larger. At the moment, he's got a 2.7 gap ahead of Keegan Martin, as well as Darrell Goodman. We're at the 9-lap mark of the race. It's a 12-lap race. It seems to be set in stone so far. for Keegan Beaumont because he has not changed that deficit that he has to the top 3. And perhaps more importantly, Darrell Goodman keeps getting faster, which is impressive considering the pressure he's under. Sun almost setting on the hills of Zwartkops. Sun almost setting on this race. Penultimate laps encroaching. On the last lap, one more lap. Just one more. And Mailula has dominated this race. Things have swung his way, but he did well to keep that inside line going into turn 1 at the very beginning. And what was his gain was Caleb Ordendal's loss as he spun out and had to work his way back up the field to what is 7th at the moment. Mailula comes home to a rapturous crowd right at the final corner and a checkered flag, well earned. First place for Reagile Mailula in the Minimax class. Keegan Martin in 2nd, Darrell Goodman in 3rd place, Keegan Beaumont in 4th, Taylor Patel in 5th place, Franco Gibbard in 6th, Caleb Ordendal in 7th, Emma Dowling in 8th, Franco Bench in 9th place, Zaidan Hussein in 10th, and Jesse Swart in 11th. And before you go anywhere, we're set up and ready for the final race of the day in the DD2 class. It's been a pleasure rolling out my vocal cords down flat for you all. My name is Prince Ndiweni and it's been an absolute pleasure being with you. The DD2 promises to be a strong finish and I'm looking forward to the next couple of minutes and last bit of racing. One more heat to go, folks. Stay tuned. Can the owner of the car with the number plate BH64HVGP move your vehicle? It is obstructing the doorway to a storeroom. Please be sure to move that. That is BH64HVGP. And that was a bit of public service and admin right before the finale. Final race of the day, final heat. And it's the race possibly with the most heat. It's the DD2 class mixed with the DD2 Masters, 3 Masters races. And it's lights on with Jamie Smith at the helm. And we go racing, clean start. Argy Jamie Smith spun around. And he's gonna have to work his way back up. Olerato Siku, who is that? Mistaking him for Olerato Siku because of the livery that is Kian Grottis. I beg your pardon, Kian Grottis ahead of Sebastian Boyd, and Nick Verstanis will be ecstatic with that considering the bad start he had in the previous heat. And you also have Bevan Williams, a winner and a beneficiary of that melee at turn 1. Ooh, turn 1 never fails to deliver. Kian Grottis has a lot of defending to do. Sebastian Boyd did well to fend off Jamie Smith in the previous race, so he's grinded his axe against a worthy opponent. And he's going to be wielding it sharply against anyone who tries to stop him. And I think Kian Grottis has a lot to worry about because that's a really good looking run up the hill there from Sebastian Boyd. A lot of bottom end torque. Kian also has to worry about Nick Verstanis right behind him, as it looks like Peterson kicked up some dust there going up over the S's. You always know it's intense when karters bow their heads. Oh, Jamie Smith and Brad Liebenberg at the back of the field coming together down the main straight. I think they were trying to go around the same karter just in different directions and somehow came together, but they both stayed on track. Sebastian Boyd still in the lead at the moment. Kian Grottis now has Nick Verstanis to worry about. While I was looking at the battle between the two front end contenders were fighting at the rear, the change happened where Boyd must have taken that lead, I think, by the tunnel. Because Nick Verstanis now has Grottis right in front of him. And it looks like Verstanis definitely has more pace than Grottis. Kian Grottis finding a cart length or two, but Verstanis really has the marking of him this time around. There's a move imminent there. And Radojevic will feel he's exactly where he belongs, back where he belongs after a horrible Heat 3. He's now running 4th, as opposed to playing catch-up after an unfortunate incident early on in the race at the previous heat. He must be pretty chuffed with himself at the moment. But don't stay too long in your celebratory mood because Brad Brender's right behind him in 5th place. Brad Liebenberg, I beg your pardon, slips off the tongue that easily. Championship pedigree. Brad Liebenberg right behind Radojevic, who makes a mistake and puts his rear right on the dirt coming out of the last turn onto the home straight. Bevan Williams and the Masters are a manageable distance from Brad Liebenberg. He would not be worrying about that, at least for the time being. Kian Grottis seems to have the beating of Verstanis at the moment, unless Verstanis is managing his tires and trying to cool down a bit. But he really was mounting the pressure for a couple of laps. Jamie Smith, hand in the air, bemoaning something. He's not happy about something, because if you look at the gap between him and Brad Liebenberg, it's significant. Something may be wrong with Jamie Smith's car. We're yet to confirm. Let's see how long it takes him to make his way across the field. Tian Elof ahead of him. In 8th and 7th place, Jonathan Pieterse. And in 6th place, Bevan Williams. That's more like it from Nick Bastanis. Closing that gap. There we go. Down the inside, the penultimate turn. Closes. Now has to defend profusely from Grottis. Grottis not going to make the move now. Vastanis now has to prove how much pace he has. He secured himself 2nd place. And closing the inside into turn 2. Grottis won't be diving down there. And that's the pace I thought Vastanis had. Let's see if he's able to keep that. I think Radojevic can hear Brad Liebenberg changing gears behind him. That battle for 5th place, 4th and 5th place, Radojevic in 4th, and Brad Liebenberg in 6th, looming. The stand is having to go down the inside of turn 2. And that's in order to defend a fast-looking Grottis. Grottis found some pace and grunt out of nowhere, it seems. Nothing in between Brad Liebenberg and Radojevic at the moment. Penultimate turn. Nothing yet. Turn 1 may be the scene. While Brad Liebenberg has a 10th on Radojevic, still hasn't made his moves stick, and now he does, as if he's listening at the penultimate turn. Maximizing on the pace advantage, had Radojevic immediately tucking back in to try and not lose the momentum he has. Jamie Smith stuck in a battle with Bevan Williams. That should give you some context as to something being wrong with that kart. That is not where he belongs. He quickly gets past Bevan Williams now at pit corner and going into the double right-hander. He's got Radojevic to look forward to, but he's very far ahead. It's lap 11, and as it stands, we've got Sebastian Boyd in the lead. Three laps remaining. The lap 2 board about to go down. As Nick Verstanis looks to have the beating of Grottis, the gap between the two of them has improved significantly, at least as far as Nick is concerned. Grottis won't be too happy about that. But it's a bit of a concertina thing. It's an ebb and flow, back and forth between the two of them. It's not set in stone. But in the meantime, Brad Liebenberg is bringing Radojevic into it in tow. Remember, we do have 1 lap remaining. We have 1 lap remaining of this race. The 1 lap board just went out. I beg your pardon, that is 2 laps. still have 2 laps to battle this out. Not quite the end. But Sebastian Boyd doesn't mind how that comes and plays about. Whether it's 1 lap or 2, his lead is significant. As he comes around the final corner, Sebastian Boyd on his victory lap. The final lap of the race. Nick Verstappen down the inside, defending Grottis. Brad Liebenberg might be there to pick up the spoils. Seems too far back though. No matter how late he leaves his braking. Maybe so late it's in the tires, and you wouldn't want that. But Sebastian Boyd has been spectacular this time around, dominating this DD2 class. And Nick Verstappen will be ecstatic with his result, given how the day's gone for him so far. Fantastic heat and recovery there. Kian Grottis has been a great feature throughout the DD2 class, but the ultimate honors go to Sebastian Boyd. Nick Verstappen in second, Kian Grottis in third, Brad Liebenberg in fourth, and in fifth place, Dusan Radojevic. Jamie Smith recovering there, eventually, painstakingly have to work his way up the class to make a 6th place finish. Jonathan Pieterse leads the Masters class with 7th. Carl Lawrence in 2nd for the Masters and 8th overall. Tian Elof in 9th. Bjorn Roos in 10th place and 3rd for the Masters. And James Carter in 11th, with Bevan Williams in last. That was fantastic race management. You can see the demeanor of them, knowing that the day's come to an end. It's been a long day of racing, and a lot of the work has already been put in. It's a matter of managing your temperament and being as professional as possible. As for me, it's been a pleasure to be with you all. Fantastic day of racing here at Zwartkops, and looking forward to the next year, to the next championship, but we still have another treat as far as Rotax Max Challenge is concerned, because on the 1st of October we do have the African Open. So it's far from over as far as action is here. And you know how exciting the African Open can get. It has been a pleasure. My name is Prince Ndweni once again. Cheers to you all, and thank you for coming out.
So tell me, why do we do it? Why do we push so hard? Why do we test our limits? Why do we reach for perfection? When others leave, we stay. When others pack up, we work harder. When others keep in the dry, our blood turns to ice. When others give in, we dig deeper. Every rev, every corner, every apex, every pass, every risk, every position, every tenth, every hundredth, every thousandth, every goal we set, every challenge we face, every fear we overcome. Because we won't settle for second. Because we live and breathe it. Because we seek the strength deep inside us.
Because we give our best. Because this is Rotax.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Cartodromo Internacional Algarve here in beautiful Portimao for the 2017 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals, the most spectacular, most colourful, most unique event in the world of karting. Our chassis partners at IPK Karting, Sodikart and Birrell ART deliver 360 brand new chassis to give every competitor, from the biggest karting powerhouses to the newest members of the Rotax family, the same chance to become a champion. Each driver must earn their ticket to race here, and only the best of the best qualify. The 6 adrenaline-pumping, heart-pounding, nerve-wracking days of testing, qualifying, heat races, pre-finals and grand finals are the culmination of 11 months of planning and a truly epic logistical task of transporting 6,000 new Mojo tyres, 400 new Rotax Max Evo engines, 57 tons of Rotax equipment, 200 members of staff and 20 trucks across Europe. From 59 countries across the globe, all 360 drivers have earned their right to tackle this undulating 1,530-metre circuit, and each driver, from the youngest 8 and 9-year-olds to the most experienced legends, all share the universal language of sportsmanship and the ultimate desire and passion to be the best. Every year, new contenders emerge to challenge the experienced faces, while some of the true heroes of our sport make their final bow. But the racing on the track is what gives the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals its true aura. Each driver must be ready to push that little bit harder, ready to dig that little bit deeper, ready to summon all their inner strength to stay focused, to stay calm, to stay in control, but most importantly, to stay in front of the rest. Make no mistake, ladies and gentlemen, what you witness here is simply the fastest, simply the closest, simply the most spectacular karting you will see all year. It is simply the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. Thank you for joining us.
Well, the Grand Finals, I think that it's one of the biggest events in karting, but in terms of countries, the number of people from different countries is really the biggest event in the karting world. The Grand Finals have really a different atmosphere. There's a lot of drivers that are going there just being part in races with very good drivers. Living during all those 7-8 days inside a big tent with 360 drivers with different country flags spread along the tent. This is really an atmosphere that they cannot see it anywhere else. We want to give the participants something special, something different. The surroundings, the location, they meet different cultures, different drivers. They all have the same equipment. It's equal for everybody. They have the same chances, and the driving skills are the most important thing. A lot of drivers are fighting for this ticket. They feel that they are among the best in the world.